we're good, right? Yes. Alright. Continue, and... They're both the same. Yep, they're both the same. Alrighty then. Hello there, Engarde. Adrian. No, wait, Engarde, but... Hold on. Okay, what are we working here with? Classy photo of a nickel samurai. We got the press conference ticket. We got this radio transceiver. We got Lotta's camera. Stolen on the night of the murder. Tabloid articles about the victim was in the case. Magazine clipping. An article from the tabloid Gossip Land. And it says... yeah, it talks about the... Juan Corrida and Miss Andrews having possible relationship shenanigans. Got the hotel's guide map. We got the guitar case that's empty. Still I don't know if they found the guitar yet. There's some water, but only on the top of the lid. Then we got the suspicious wine glass found next to the victim. It's filled with tomato juice. No signs it's been drank. Then we got the crime photo of Juan Corrida's murder scene, which is this one. And then we got these the suicide report of the Celeste Impacts, who was Adrian Andrews' mentor. And then we got the attempted suicide report. The attempter was Adrian Andrews herself. And the reason was the shock from Celeste Impact's suicide, which is pretty rough. Then we got profiles. Do we have anything special here? A lot of like returning characters, a lot of characters that we already know, but then we got the victim, who's Juan Corrida, 21, was the jamming ninja, was in bad terms with our client, Matt Engarde, who's the same age, and being accused of murder. Then we got Adrian Andrews, age 23, Engarde's manager, intelligent woman who seems to have it all together, except she does not. Or she does, but not in the same sense that people think. Then we got Celeste Impacts' profile as well. So basically, we don't have that much to work with. Honestly, we do not know how Juan was murdered. And, well, I guess the good news is that we did ask Adrian directly, did he kill Juan? And when he said that he did not, we got zero, like, psyche locks to basically reassure that it's at the very least he didn't kill him, but there's something suspicious still going about. Maybe we should have asked the question a bit differently. Like, last time I was thinking about maybe we should have asked, like, did he possibly had a hand, like, in helping of the murder happening or something like that. I don't know. But it's clear that the kidnapper who has Maya right now, and the kidnapper is basically making us make sure that this guy walks free. And that is already sus as heck. So there is a big reason to doubt Engarde on that matter, but we just don't have enough info yet. But I'm keeping my eye on I'm keeping my eye on you, buddy. I'm keeping my eye on you, but so far, yeah. I guess we're gonna try our best to pin this on somebody else, except for this guy. I'd say that's a pretty sizable recap of what's going on. Right. Adrian did it? That's what it looks like. Dude, no way. That woman could do anything like that. In court today, there will be a mountain of evidence that will implicate you. A mountain of evidence? I'm certain there is someone out there trying very hard to pin this whole thing on you. Please, Mr. Lawyer. Dude, like I said yesterday, I'm refreshing like a spring freeze, alright? I can't let any sort of scandal ruin that. I understand. Oh? Who's saying that? Well, it's almost time. Whoa! Hey! Hi! Whoa! Hey! Hey, Mia's back! Woo! Little Pearly working some overtime here. Okay. Mia. We must get a complete acquittal today. I know. But I can't focus on Maya's situation right now. Or Pearl's either. No matter what, I have to focus on winning this case by the end of the day. Indeed. Well, let's get going. Ah? I know. I don't like the sound of that. It's him. Moshi mosh. This is Wright. Good morning. This is it, Mr. Attorney, the day of the trial. Maya, she's unharmed, right? Well, when I checked on her earlier this morning, she seemed a bit, how shall I say, tired. Don't worry, people don't die that easily. Besides, what you really should be concentration on is winning today's trial. Ah. For my sake as well as yours, you must win today's trial. For your sake. Which is why I sent you a little present this morning. Oh? Present? What in the world would you want to give me? You'll figure it out once the trial starts. And even if you don't like my gift, I expect you to be graciously accepted and win the day's contest, if you please. What kind of gift? I'm a little concerned, guys. What kind of gift are we talking about? Like a piece of evidence, maybe? Wait! Dang it. The kidnapper sent me a present. Mr. Lawyer, dude? Who was that? No one. It has nothing to do with you, so forget you heard anything. Dude, did your nose just get longer? I'm not a Pinocchio, last time I checked. March 22, 10 a.m. District Court, courtroom number 3. Huh? Guys. Did my eyes deceive me, or couldn't there have been Francisca on the other side? Pardon? Court is now in session for the trial of Madame Garde. Are the prosecution and the defense ready? Defense is ready, Your Honor. But, that's ominous. I say, Mr. Wright, what happened to Miss Von Karma? Heck if I know. I don't know, Your Honor. Why are you getting mad at me? Bailiff? Oh. Your Honor! Please be quiet, bailiff. Court is in session. If you must tell me something, please keep it brief. Now then, what is it? Prosecutor Von Karma has... This morning, Miss Von Karma was shot by an unknown gun... What? Huh? This morning, Miss Von Karma was shot by an unknown gunman. Is she okay? I mean, Yeah, what? Huh? What? Shot? Oh, God. Is this what he meant by present? But that's... I was about to say that's cheating, but that's more messed up than cheating. Holy freak. That's... No. No. Do not hurt Von Karma. What the heck? I can't believe I'm saying those words out loud, but don't hurt people. Somehow. I think this is the present the man was talking about. Yeah, I kind of figured the same, Mia. His present? Miss Von Karma is one of the top prosecutors in the country at the moment. If she were to disappear, it would be to your advantage. This is totally insane. Miss Von Karma, is she alright? I don't have that answer. Oh? She's alive and in a stable condition. Oh, thank goodness. Okay. But who said that? Oh, that's cute. Oh, you're... I thought he'd show up. Oh, Edgeworth. Edgy boy! Your Honor. Due to the circumstances, Miss Francisca Von Karma cannot appear in the court today. I, Miles Edgeworth, will be taking her place. Yo, okay. Never mind, this might be a good thing. Thanks, Edgy. The prosecutor is ready, naturally. Oh. Miss Von Karma was shot in her right shoulder and is currently undergoing surgery. Luckily, I have looked this case over and I'm familiar with the details. The prosecution seeks to prove the guilt of Mr. Matt and Garde. The court acknowledges the prosecution. Right? I finally found the answer I was struggling for on my long journey this past year. Uh-oh, the finger failing is back. By the time this case comes to an end, you too will know the answer. Man, now I kinda wish we could tell Edgeworth that... Can you toss us a bone here, buddy? Maya's being kidnapped, and if we don't prove this guy's innocence, it's not gonna end well. Basically. Can you be a buddy? Like, Mia, can you like write a little note and toss it to Edgeworth and like maybe he can help us? But I have a feeling he's gonna put his A game on. Now then, the prosecution would like to call its first witness. Please bring Detective Gumshoe to the witness stand. Witness your name and occupation. My name is Dick Gumshoe, sir. I'm a detective down at the precinct for now. For now? After this trial's over, I'm supposed to turn in my badge, sir. Detective Gumshoe? The prosecution has no need for the depressed witness. Lift your head up and face forward like a proud officer, Detective Dick Gumshoe. Yes, sir. Now, let's have your testimony. If we want to explore the various phases of this case, we must start with that. Get ready, Phoenix. This is going to be one very rough fight. Yeah, it would have to be with Edgeworth as my opponent. The answer he was struggling for interesting. Show me this answer you finally found, Edgeworth. Bare facts of the case. This murder happened after the Hero of Heroes Award ceremony, sir. The victim, Juan Corrida, was found dead in his hotel room. After looking into the cause of death, we believe he was definitely murdered, sir. At first, we thought there was something suspicious about the empty guitar case. However, we later found out that the guitar case had nothing to do with the murder. I don't have a feeling that's a lie. After the award ceremony ended, the victim was alone in his room. Yes, sir. Both the victim and the defendant went alone to their rooms, sir. I see. Mr. Wright, you may begin your cross-examination. Thank you. Would you please give us the brief timeline of what happened after the ceremony? Okay, pal. The ceremony started at 6 p.m. It ended around 8 p.m. and then there was a short break. A special post-ceremony show was supposed to start in the lobby 30 minutes later. And that's when the victim's body was found, correct? Which is to say, the murder occurred during the 30-minute break period. Please continue with your testimony, detective. The person who discovered the victim's body was Adrian Andrews, correct? Yeah. Who is this Adrian Andrews you're talking about? She's the defendant, Matt and Garda's manager. She's a real pretty lady, sir. So she's a pretty lady. I wonder if she'll grace us with her presence. When the post-ceremony show was about to start, she went to get Mr. Engarde. After visiting his room, she went to the victim's room to get him for the show, sir. I see, and that's when she found the victim's body? Definitely a murder, huh? The cause of death, wasn't that because Mr. Corrida was stabbed in the chest? Only a careless amateur would believe something so brainless as that, pal. Oh, somebody just stuck a butter knife into him? Take a good hard look at the crime photo. Now, a real pro's attention would be drawn here to this bandana. Huh? Bandana? Banana? Banana? His bandana, sir. That's the thing wrapped tightly around his neck, sir. Yes, I see. This, huh? You good there, Your Honor? Judge? You good? His bananas and that bandana. Whatever. Then what about the knife? It seems to have been stuck in the victim's chest on purpose after his death. We have a crafty murder on our hands here. Alright, so... he was strangled to death. And the knife was stabbed afterwards. Okay. That's a bit weird, but sure. Juan's autopsy report. Time of death, 8:15 p.m. Cause, strangled with a scarf, then stabbed with a knife. Yeah, I figured that it'd be pretty hard to kill someone with a butter knife, but you know, I guess. I guess it's possible. And why did you think that? Because it was empty, pal. The Jamming Ninjas doesn't go anywhere without his bright red guitar. And we couldn't find it anywhere at the scene of the crime. Oh, then how about this theory? A fan really wanted the guitar and did the crime and get it. How's that? We thought of that too, but... What? Oh, the whole fingerprints on the guitar case were the victims. Only the victims, huh? I see. So much for my theory then. Alright, so the guitar case got updated. There is some water, but only on the top of the lid, and bears Corda's fingerprints. And apparently nobody else's. To know. What convinces you it had nothing to do with the case? Oh, the guitar wasn't at the Gatewater Hotel that night. Well then, where was it? The bright red guitar was eventually found at the TV studio. The victim, Juan Corrida, had apparently only taken the case with him, sir. So, you mean he forgot to put the guitar inside the case? I don't feel like he forgot. That would be kind of weird, because you would definitely feel if the case would be empty if you tried to carry it around and it's like missing a freaking guitar, because guitars are semi-heavy. I don't know if it's an electric guitar, maybe it's a little bit lighter, but still, you would notice the weight difference. So maybe the case had something else. Maybe he was carrying something else in the case. Or Ricket. Maybe he's just... I don't know. Why would you carry an empty case with you? Yes, sir. Even when he was on stage for the ceremony, he didn't have his guitar. So that guitar case was empty even before he got to the hotel. Yeah, that's right. So it really had nothing to do with the case after all. I believe that is enough. First, the victim was choked to death with his bandana. Then, after the victim was dead, the killer deliberately stabbed him with a knife. Which brings me to my next point. Why then did the police arrest Matt and Garde? Because there was a reason enough to suspect him. Here it comes. Looks like Edgeworth is back to in full swing. Very well. Detective Gumshoe, please testify about this matter. Yes, sir. Why arrest and guard? Is it the button? Matt and Garda and Juan Corrida were huge rivals with each other. They each thought the other guy was in his way. That's motive enough in my book. As for evidence, there's the Jamming Ninja's button. It was ripped off of the ninja costume and was found in Mr. Engarda's hakama. The defendant's fingerprints were also all over the knife. The defendant brought the knife for the crime, which makes this a premeditated murder. So the defendant's fingerprints were found on the knife used in the stabbing. It was sort of tricky on the handle, so the fingerprints came out pretty clearly, sir. Alright, we got the knife now. There's the victim's blood, and then Guard's fingerprints in the grip. Gatewater in guard. Okay. And then there's this button. That was found in the defendant's clothes, was it? And then is this button also covered in blood? Yes, and we know that's the blood in the blood on it is the victim's blood, sir. What? Man. And we got the button. Jamming Ninja's button was ripped from his costume, is covered in Corda's blood, found in Engarda's hakama. Fun! All of this points very clearly to the defendant, doesn't it? Yes, it most certainly does, Your Honor. Ready to give in yet, right? Huh. I'll find the hole in your argument somehow. You can press as hard as you like. Just hurry up with your usual pointless questions. Ah. You're not pointless. Hold it. But in terms of popularity, Mr. Engarde won, did he not? Oh, yeah? But, you know, what's ironic, pal? Johan Corrida was always one step behind Mr. Engarde in everything. This year it seemed like he'd finally got up, ready for the big finale showdown. But Mr. Corrida lost the Grand Prix in the end. Oh, that is too bad. He must have been pretty downhearted after losing. Oh. Okay, so Edgeworth didn't say anything there. Interesting. Wait, just 1 second here. Mr. Engarde was beating Mr. Corrida in popularity polls. Oh yeah, I guess, but... Which means that in the defendant's eyes, the victim was not a rival at all. Which means he had no motive to kill at all. At all. Yes, I quite agree. Well, detective. Oh, it's not well... I guess if you put it that way, then yeah, the defendant wouldn't have had no motive. Oh, there we go. Detective, I'm beginning to see why you were fired. No, not you too, Mr. Edgeworth, sir. That's... I look forward to your pension negotiations. No! Now, detective, let's continue with the testimony. No, not my poor pension, too. Detective, if you value your money, I suggest you proceed. Yes, sir. We can talk about my pension later, sir. What about what I was saying? Hello, anyone? Do you have any proof that button belongs to the victim? Oh, what do you mean, pal? Let me put it this way. I'm asking if you have any evidence to back up your claim that this button was ripped off the Jamming Ninja's costume. Oh, but, can't you tell by just looking at it? And the victim's blood is on it. Anyone could have smeared the blood on there afterwards. Mr. Edgeworth, help me, sir. Alright, I knew it had to be this piece of evidence. Now reel it in, this one in. Right? Huh? The button was attached to the costume by a thread, obviously. And that thread snapped when the button was torn off. You match up the ends of the threads and the costume with the thread on the button. It's a perfect match. Yeah, that's it. They're a perfect match, pal. Ugh. That's Edgeworth for you. Never misses a beat. When was this button found? Pretty soon after the body was found, we rounded up everyone who knew Mr. Corrida. And when we did the search on them all, that's when we found the button. So it was almost immediately after the murder. The police didn't have the free time to lollygag and play tricks unlike some people. Hey, what is he trying to say about me here? How were the fingerprints arranged on the knife? Huh? What do you mean, pal? By examining the fingerprints, you can determine how the defendant held the knife. For example, did he hold it normally or overhand? Oh, is that what you meant? Well, we didn't actually think of that. What? You didn't? You didn't care to check on what order the fingerprints were? Oh wow, I'm starting to understand why you're getting fired. I can't believe the bumbling of this department. Oh bless, were you paying attention to the testimony, right? The defendant's fingerprints were all over the knife. There is no way to determine how the knife was held at the moment of the murder. So is the defendant the owner of this knife then? There is no way this was a premeditated murder, even if he brought the knife. Sorry pal, this isn't some pocket knife. It doesn't fold, so it's not great for walking around with either. Well, this is not good. If the prosecution can prove it was premeditated murder, we're done for. Phoenix? Yes? There's something very interesting about that, what the detective said just now. Think carefully before it's too late. A button covered in victim's spot and a knife with Engarda's fingerprints. Be careful, if the judge were more rash, he wouldn't already bounded his gavel in closing. You're still in a world of trouble. Well, before the battle, you must find your enemy's weakness. So let's find the weakness in this testimony, no matter how small it may be. Okay, Phoenix? Got it. Yep. So now we start actually thinking about this proper. Scratching back. There we go. What do we have? We got the button, got the knife, got the autopsy. I'm gonna try something here. I'm not sure if it's gonna work, but this part here, the defendant brought the knife for the crime, which makes this premeditated murder. But the knife is from the hotel, and the gate water is carved in it, so... Got it. Wait a second. What? So the basis of your argument that this was a premeditated murder is simply that my client brought a knife beforehand. Oh, that's right, pal. The defendant did not buy this knife. Huh? Take a good look at this handle on this knife, and you'll see what I'm talking about. Huh? Oh, it has a gate water seal set into the handle. Gate water? I think I've heard that name somewhere before. That's the freaking hotel where the crime happened, detective. Detective! Ay. That's the name of the hotel. The Gatewater Hotel. There we go. Oh. The murder knife... The murder knife was actually property of the hotel. Which means this murder was not premeditated. Oh yes, it is very true. This is a very big... Oh. Why are you laughing, Edgy? Edgy! Don't laugh! What is it, Mr. Etcherworth? I'm sorry, but the defense is simply too careless. What? I think whether the crime was premeditated or not has already been determined. How so? I admit this knife is hotel's property. There is no one currently on the police force that is dumb enough not to realize this. I didn't know. The question is, where did this knife come from? Oh boy, that's obvious. It came from the victim, Mr. Corridor's room. No. It came from the Edgarda's and Adrian's room. Because the knife was missing in that room. I already know this. I know where this is going. Oh no. Sorry, Your Honor, but that is incorrect. The victim ate a last meal before he was murdered. With that being the case, I would like to draw the court's attention to what is on top of the table. Oh, there is a knife and a fork on the table. Then, where in the world did this knife come from? If it pleases the court, I would like for us to recall the room of the defendant, Mr. Madden Garden. Boy, especially what was on top of his table. Ay. Ah, there's something missing. Perhaps it is a single knife? We investigated the leftover dishes for fingerprints, and while we were investigating, we came to the conclusion that Mr. Matt Engarda's knife was missing. Mr. Engarda had gone to victim's room with a knife he had used during dinner. Why would he carry a knife on a visit? To kill, of course. And with that, I believe the prosecution has proven this was a premeditated murder. Dang it. Amazing, Mr. Edgeworth. Absolutely brilliant. Brilliantly clear deduction. Seems like Edgeworth had this plan from the very beginning. This must be one of those traps that I just walked headlong into. A murder weapon with the fingerprints and a button from the victim's costume. There is quite a sizable amount of evidence here. I can safely say that any further deliberation is waste of Your Honor's time. Although, I wouldn't mind if the defense were to present evidence not yet shown to the court. Evidence not yet shown? He means evidence that the court hasn't seen yet. In other words, new evidence. What does the defense have to say about this, Mr. Wright? Well, Phoenix, the judge is favoring prosecution right now. If we answer with something wrong here, that gavel on his will be ringing out to the sound of our debate. Mr. Wright, do you have something important and necessary to present to this court? No, not right now. Actually, I do. What do we have? Do we even have anything? I don't think so. No, not right now. This has to be another trap. What if I don't say anything that risks throwing out bad pieces of evidence? Looks like the defense is insane people on this one. I could be wrong here. Which means this court is adjourned. Oh, I was supposed to say something? Dang it. Phoenix, we will lose this case if we give up here. So you had better show the judge something, quick. Oh, down. We all know I have the tendency to be wrong more than I can't even say it. Ah, fine. There's one. One piece of evidence that catches my attention. Something that this court has yet to see. Mr. Wright, I will say this one more time. I do not feel this trial needs to continue at all. However, I'm giving you one chance and only one. What the judge is saying, right, is don't try pulling one of your usual bluffs here. Okay, fine. Hold on. But I wanna... let's load. There's one. I'll just get this. And I'm also gonna, just in case, have a double save here, because I am not sure what evidence we're talking about, because... Oh my god, the whole health? Oh. Shite. Now then, what is this important evidence that you must show the court? I don't freaking know. I honestly don't know. What are we supposed to show here? I am actually lost of words here. Like, are we supposed to show, like, one of these 3 evidences that we were given? Or something that we all ourselves have? I actually don't know. I guess we just start, like, showing something and hope that one of them lands. Let's start with the crime photo, I guess. Nope. Was not that. Not that. Tomato juice? Oh, a wine glass. Okay. There we go. Only took me 2 tries. This wine glass, is it not? Please look at the photo of the crime scene one more time. The scene is a mess because of the victim's struggle against his assailant. The vase was broken, his makeup is all over the floor. These were all things that were at one point sitting on top of the dresser. Well, yes, I see your point. However, this glass that is sitting on top of the dresser is mysteriously untouched. The only thing that had not fallen over along with everything else in this wine is this wine glass. This piece of evidence is more than strange enough to warrant further consideration. Well, what do you all have to say? Well, yes, it's a little peculiar. Yes, isn't it? I thought it was. You can't stop looking at me with those puppy dog eyes of yours now, Mr. Edgeworth. What is it, Your Honor? Your opinion. You don't need my opinion. Because there's no special meaning to that class. What? It's safe to say that the glass was set there after the crime took place. But the person who discovered the body, Adrian Andrews, for example, she could have easily been so shocked that she set the glass down without thinking. That does sound very plausible, Mr. Wright. Did Mr. Adrian Andrews really have set the glass down without thinking? But why would she have been carrying a... I don't know about that. I don't know about that, buddies. If I appear weak here, the trial is over. I can look for my proof later. For now, I should try my instinct and point with certainty. They just might fall for it if you're thought-provoking enough. The defense would like to challenge the prosecution's theory. They would like to see something that proves it was Mr. Andrew who set the cup on the table. You've turned the situation on its head yet again, as usual. Mr. Edgeworth, do you have any proof to back your claim? There's no way he can say any. He's just bluffing. Unlike Mr. Wright, I never say anything unless I have evidence to support it. What? Oh, great. Don't tell me it has her fingerprints, too. You're not thinking hard enough today, Wright. Did you think this wine glass escaped my notice? Then... Of course I have been thoroughly inspected for fingerprints. Fingerprints? There were only one set of fingerprints left on this wine glass. Only one? Well, whose were they? They were not the victims nor the defendants, rather they were the one Adrian Andrews. What? Alright, so the wine glass bears Andrews' fingerprints. That is why I said that the person who had discovered the body had left it there. Are we done here, Mr. Wright? I can't believe I fell into another trap. Miss Andrews was probably holding the glass when she went to see Mr. Corda. But upon seeing his dead body, she was stunned and set the glass down on the dresser. What you said makes a lot of sense. Test. Now do you see, right? You can't change any part of my scenario as it explains everything out too well. I've thought long and hard this past year about what it means to be a prosecutor. And from here on out, I will show you the answer I have come to discover. Oh, wait a second, Mr. Edgeworth. I think the prosecution has provided enough evidence for me to enter my verdict. Unfortunately, I cannot allow you to pass the judgment yet. The prosecution has yet another witness we would like the court to hear from. Another witness? Yes. Bailiff, please bring in the next witness. What in the world is Mr. Edgeworth thinking? No, you did not bring old back. Well, rip my voice today. Now then, witness, please state your name and occupation. Witness, your name and occupation.
Gotcha!
I wonder what happened to that calm composure he had earlier.
Oh, edgy boop. Edgy boy. Oh, edgy boy, it's been a year since we last met, hasn't it? You should be more happy to see me.
I saw the report with her testimony, but who knew that under the helmet? It was the Wicked Witch at witness stand. Oh! He didn't, like... It was like... surely it's not the same person, right? Oh.
I tell you, it's time I know what I'm supposed to do. So today I'm going to tell you anything and everything. Even things that I don't have to do with the terrible crime.
Miss Witness, that terrible crime is all this court needs to know. Oh!
Shush, I'll talk to my dear Edgy Wedgie right now. Edgy Wedgie. Don't interrupt us, Cramps.
Yes, ma'am. No, please, by all means, interrupt her, please. Anyway, witness, your testimony, please.
It's true that they say that youth are hot-headed nowadays. Not that I mind it at all, Edgy. Now then, what should I start with?
Well, the witness was on the security details at the hotel on the night of the murder. Is this correct, Miss Oldbag?
It was a great job being able to see my dearie Juan. It was almost too much for the little heart of handle.
What, you mean you were a fan of the victim?
Look, everyone is crazy over the Engarde, saying he's cute and fresh way or something. But not me, I wouldn't say anything so silly. After all, I had no interest in a little child like him.
They were the same fucking age. Anywho.
I'm only interested in a real man, Juan Corrida.
Exactly, Phoenix. But those two were the same age.
Anyway, as I was saying, I was pacing in front of his room that night.
Very well, please tell the court what you witnessed the night of the murder.
Leave it to me, Edgy Boo.
Stop calling me that. What you witnessed?
Anyway, after the ceremony, I went to pace around in the hallway in front of his room. There was something I was interested in finding out, you know? Well, since I was on the job, I made sure to keep good eye on the whole time. That's when someone showed up. It was a man coming out of the poor Juan's room. It was Engarde, Matt Engarde. He was trying to sneak his way out of Juan's room.
Ah, shit. So Mr. Engarde came out from the victim's room.
See? It has to be him. He's the murderer.
I see. Well, Mr. Wright, you may begin your cross-examination. I have to. what you witnessed. Miss Oldback, what was your post on that night?
The lobby. I was supposed to help set up the stage for the traveling show. But I refused to help, I'll have you know. It was for the lead-headed samurai show. I even took out a few of the nails.
Maybe it was a good thing the show didn't go on.
Besides, the manager with the classes seemed to be working hard at it without me. So I thought I'd take a break and spread my wings a little.
And that's when you went to hang around the victim's door? Something you were interested in. And just what was that?
It's not some little thing I can just go around telling everyone, you know. It's top secret between me and Juan. And Edgy Boo, of course.
Edgeworth, what is this thing she was interested in? I have no idea. I despise gossip, Your Honor. Gossip? But should it prove relevant, we can always have it appended to her testimony later. Looks like we shouldn't force it right now. And did the victim stay in the vicinity of the victim's door the entire time? Oh, then would you tell us the number of people who went in and out from Mr. Corridor's room?
I had no idea. I wasn't born so I could count things for those who didn't pay attention in class. That's why ever since I turned 20, I just quit keeping track of how old I really am.
Yes, well, that would explain why your age was not included in the report. In any case, the witness then saw someone, correct? Who in the world was that?
I'm not allowed to say. This sort of information has to be carefully guarded from the masses, Sonny. The man that came out of the Juan room. He was.
Yes, he was.
I'm too scared, I can't say his name out loud.
The frick? Oh, what I would give to have Francisca whip right about now. Yeah, can we borrow it? Can we borrow it for a bit?
Well, I guess I can tell you since she was such a bad boy anyway.
You saw my client. Are you sure about that? Are you sure about that?
Yes, say.
Really?
Annoying brat. When I say I saw someone, I saw that person.
Why do I get a sense of deja vu? Maybe to avoid repeating the last year, I should delve into this bit further. Please tell me the court about the man's face in more detail.
You don't need me to tell you about his face. That soft, sensual look on his eyes and his effeminate lips. His right eye covered by his silky hair. His sparkling, shiny teeth.
Right eye? I mean, I guess from his point of view that is the right eye, but from our point of view that is the left eye that's covered. Would that be a thing? Maybe. His teeth were shining?
Well, he's shining all around in this week's pin-ups poster, Erie.
This week's pin-up? What do you... I mean... I don't care how he looks in this week's issue. Please stay with what you saw that night.
What? And God his face is the same no matter where it is, you know? You whippersnapper.
Oh, Mr. Wright. Was this testimony just now important or relevant in any way?
Of course it was important, Your Honor.
Then perhaps you would like to point out what part of the testimony was important. You don't really have to put it that way to get me to say it. Mr. Wright, there is something much more valuable than person's pride. And that is time. Please don't waste this court's precious time with worthless questions.
Yes, Your Honor. I think I just wasted his quick favor. She may not remember things or be mistaken here and there, but I don't think she's lying. That's bad for us, real bad. But that's how the human mind is. It also has the tendency to jump off topic. She strays onto a few interesting side topics this time too, hasn't she? But that's what makes her a sweet old lady, right?
That's because you're not the one who has to question her.
I have a feeling it... Can I press this again and ask about something else? Person's clothes. Please tell the court about the man's clothes in more detail. What a troublesome man you are, really, as if something like that matters.
But it does.
Not that... not what was it? Oh yes, it was the thing.
What thing?
That gutty thing he's always wearing, the racing jacket.
I was wearing that at the detention center too.
That thing's meant for nothing but seducing women out of their pantaloons. Men.
Right. Oh, Mr. Wright, was this testimony just now important or relevant in any way?
Okay.
So that actually was.
He was wearing his flashy racing jacket. Honestly, it's all just for show.
Are you sure the defendant was wearing a racing jacket?
What do you think? It's not like I've seen him in anything other than that horrible thing. I'm sure he was wearing it.
She's so sure of herself that it's to the point of self-observation. Oh. I first thought that I had been thinking too far ahead there, but I guess that was it. Because they said that the button, the bloody button, was found in, like, his Hakamas pants. So it's in his, like, costume. But if Oldback said that she saw Engarde in his regular clothes, then how the hell did the button end up in the Hakamu's pants? You know? Miss Oldback.
What? Don't say my name for no reason.
Do you know what this is?
Ah, it's the button number 2 on Jamming Ninja's costume.
Now I know she's obsessed fan. She identified it in a single glance.
Give it here, give it here. If you don't give it to me, I'll punish you with this.
Wow, she really is a die-hard fan of one a button covered in blood. This button was discovered on Matt Engarde's body during full body search.
See? This button proves beyond shadow of doubt it was the rascal Engarde.
It was caught up in the pleats of his nickel samurai hakama pants.
See? And Engarde is the nickel samurai.
Witness. Now, it may just be me, and I don't have an active imagination. But just now, didn't you say that the defendant, Matt Engarde, was wearing his usual racing jacket?
Uh-huh. Ah, I'm so sorry. Sorry that you judge people based on what they wear. If I wore the trendiest this powder is hideous, right? On the chest, let me tell you, it's a heavy this with an ages ago than a vegan. Brain my life and those kids are warm nothing. Understand now that look at the mirror and who calls are a documentary and girling you should be edgy boo now to
Oh, me take a breather there. Oof. Now hold your tongue. There for 1 second. So what you saw is in actuality was not Mr. Engarde the man, but Mr. Engarde the nickel samurai.
But when you think about it, they're really one and the same.
Yeah, but this is literally a situation where someone could have worn the costume. Miss Oldback, this is a very important point we are talking about.
Edgy boo, do you think so too?
Well, it might be something worth considering. Just say it's important and agree with me for a change. Witness, think carefully and try to remember as much as you can before you testify.
Alright, if you insist.
I should be the one saying, not you. Who I saw.
Drink!
Thank you for the hydration, Bob. My goodness, this lady is killing my voice very fast. Oh.
Engarde, yes, now I remember. The nickel samurai, that's right, it was the nickel samurai that I saw. Yes, it would have been convenient for him to wear his costume during the murder. He had to go to that post-ceremony stage show right after the crime, you know. So he must have worn that nickel samurai costume when he was stabbing poor Juan.
I knew it. I knew you'd say he was inside that costume.
What? Do you think could have been someone else inside that costume? Don't be a bad little boy. Thinks such rude things.
But the possibility does exist.
Ah, youngins today, I told you there's no way in what was anyone else.
How do you know that?
Because I say so. And what I say is the truth.
Listen here. Listen here. This is exactly the same situation as it was like in the other samurai case. Someone else was wearing the costume back then. At least he's just as delightful a witness as she was a year ago. Mr. Wright, you may cross-examine the witness.
Aye, aye, aye.
Be a little more careful with your testimony, please. Not too long ago, you said he was wearing his racing jacket, and now he's not?
Not too long ago. Then let me ask you this. When you were itty-bitty, what was your grand dream? Huh? What did you want to be when you grew up, whippersnapper?
Dream, huh? Well, I wanted to be a judge, Wagner, hero of public court. So what?
See? And look at where you are now. You're not a judge, Wagner, are you? Are you?
Well,
what I said earlier. Who puts the weight on things like that? But now it's everything, and I can't be held responsible for the past.
Since when did the court become theatrics over testimonies?
All that matters is the man was inside the costume, isn't that enough?
Man, these characters, yeah. And why would that be?
That way, no one could see his face, of course.
But there's still no advantage for him that I can see. In fact, you wouldn't think the costume would make him stand out all the more.
You are such an annoying child, you know that? You disagree with everything I say.
Isn't that what you're always doing to me?
I got it. Maybe it was more troublesome for him to change in and out of his costume.
Was there anyone else scheduled to appear at the post-ceremony show?
Well, all the contestants were supposed to go on stage in the friendly gesture thing.
And that included the jamming ninja.
Of course it included him. That's why when Ngardi came out of Dear Juan's room, I didn't give it a second thought.
I see.
Well, anyway.
So let me ask you one last time. The person you saw, it really was the Neko Samurai?
As showy as ever. Haven't I been saying that from the very beginning?
Can I throw in the towel yet? Ugh. You shouldn't need to think too hard on this one. Huh? There's contradictions in their testimony and it sits in plain sight. The question is, what that contradiction means for us. Well, I have to figure out what you're talking about first, but okay. Speaking more riddles, why don't you? Ay, ay, ay. Post-ceremony show. Man. Oh. Whoops, not bad.
Not bad, my bad.
What do you say in the very first one? Would have been convenient for him to wear his costume.
Ah.
I must have worn that nickel samurai costume when he was stabbing.
Welcome up to the stream. Hope you're having a good Thursday. Trying to figure out here
Scenario. I feel like it might be this one. But
this case is much more tougher.
I think I'm gonna try showcasing the knife here because
Wait.
I tried this and it did nothing. We'll see. Please take a look at this.
Yeah, so it's a knife. Big deal. If you're trying to scare me with that, I'll have you know it won't work.
No, that's not my intention at all. Well, that's the knife that was used in the murder, correct? Your Honor, do you know why this piece of evidence is important in this case? Oh, you don't even have to ask. It's because the defendant's fingerprints are on it. Is that what you're driving at? That is exactly what I'm driving at. What are we driving at? And whose car are we driving? If Mr. Engarde was really in the nickel samurai costume at the time of the murder, then it's impossible for him for this fingerprints to have been left on this knife. Actually, he would have wiped all previous fingerprints on this knife right off.
Jesus, Judge.
Kenen autoa me ajetaan? Oh, that's right. The nickel samurai wears gloves, doesn't he? Yeah, even has like the weird metal arm kind of thing too. He probably took his gloves off before he began the stabbing. Why on earth would someone who's about to stab someone take his gloves off to leave clear fingerprints on a murder weapon? And why would he do something like that? To leave his prints on the murder weapon? There is no way he would do something like that. However, there is one possibility. Then let's hear your Then let's hear it out. It is very simple. The defendant went to the victim's room while in costume as the Nickel Samurai. At that time, the defendant held no intent to murder. He was probably just going to relax and talk with the victim about the stage show. Which is why he took his gloves off. But the murder still did take place. It's well known that there was bad blood between the defendant and the victim. Yes, I have heard about that before. Well, Mr. Wright, what do you have to say about Mr. Edgeworth's theory? So let me get this straight. Edgeworth's theory goes like this. And before I go there... When the defendant went to the victim's room, he had no intentions of killing him. Now, up to this point, are there any problems with his theory? This theory contradicts something in an earlier testimony. What are you babbling about? Now, for argument's sake, let's suppose Mr. Engarde was the killer. If that's the case, I think it's impossible for the killer to have gone to the victim's room without intent. Wait, what am I proving here? Dang. No, that's not it. Okay. Hey. He wouldn't have brought the knife. This knife. This has used by Mr. Engarde at the dinner. Yes, we did establish that. Which means that if my client was in fact the killer, then he brought this knife with him when he went to visit Mr. Corda, I suppose. However, you just said it yourself. At that time, the defendant held no intent to murder. If that were true, then why would he bring a knife? He wouldn't, would he? Which means, Mr. Edgeworth, your theory was flawed from supposedly one. And one more thing. If the murderer was wearing the costume at the time of the murder, then there should be glove marks left on the knife. Which means the defendant's fingerprints shouldn't be all over the knife. He's on a hive. Yeah, that's a weird sentence. Edgy's not worried. And that brings me to my final point. This knife was planted by the real killer to hide their identity and mislead us. Order! Order, I say! Order in the court! Was this knife really planted by the killer? Why would the murderer do such a thing? This to frame my client, Mr. Engarde, of course. The frame? Aren't you forcing the interpretation just a little too hard on this one? Please go along with it, Edgy. But we just established that the witness saw the Nickel Samurai in costume. And if that were the truth, then there should have been a single fingerprint on this knife. Witness?
Looks like I've made your life a tiny bit more difficult, huh, Chibu?
Witness, did you not really see the Nickel Samurai?
Well, I guess at first I might have forgotten, but...
Are you saying you mixed up Mr. Engarde with the Nickel Samurai, his character on TV?
But I mean, I can't really do anything about that now. Look, I was waiting around the front of their doors because, well, I wasn't waiting around for the Nickel Samurai, that's for sure.
You wasn't waiting for the Nickel Samurai. Alright then, who were you waiting around then for? For then?
That's top secret, anyone outside of security.
I have a feeling that you were waiting for Mr. Juan Corrida, am I correct, witness?
Ha. The way you think, you are a sad amateur with a terrible case of nearsightedness.
Amateur? Me? What am I an amateur of? So Old Black was waiting around in front of the victim's room. But it doesn't sound like she was waiting to catch a glimpse of Mr. Corrida. Maybe, Phoenix, maybe the Old Bag was waiting around that person. It's the who I think Mia's hinting at. It's certainly possible. Miss Old Bag, you were waiting for this person to come out of the victim's room, weren't you?
Sorry, Adrian. Gonna pin it out now.
Who is this person? This is Adrian Andrews, Mr. Engarde's manager. But why would the defendant's manager be in the victim's room? It seems that this is the latest rumor in circulations, Your Honor. I see. The judge seems to be really into the article, if it can't be called such a thing. And this manager with the initials AA, are you saying it's Adrian Andrews? Without a doubt, the witness thought so as well.
Looks like you found me out. Well, that's fine. I can throw away this whole sworn to confidentiality stuff then.
Witness? What in the world are you...
Watch out, Phoenix. I've got a bad feeling about this. A very bad feeling. I've got some information. Some very secret information for a certain source. So that's why I was doing my own little investigation, in secret, of course.
What for?
Oh, just for myself, personal reasons and all that.
Well, Mr. Edgeworth, how will you proceed from here? I really don't want to do this, however, I cannot simply let this point slide. I see. Very well then, witness, please testify about this secret information.
Get ready. This is going to take the wind out of your yings.
I'm sure we're all capable of handling this, really. It's not like we're 10 years old.
A secret information. That Engarde is one evil, evil man. He thought he could ruin poor Juan by causing a huge scandal. So to do that, he sent his own manager to get in close with Juan. I cannot condone such dirty tricks, so I took action. Oh, and this is a top secret, you got that? Nobody else but you and me, not yet, okay?
The defendant sent his manager. What a disastrous topic for this court.
What, nobody above gossip? And isn't there saying the truth is never pleasant?
Never heard that one before. Mr. Edgeworth, what about this Adrian Andrews person? We have looked into this matter and found that the truth the article proposes is in fact baseless gossip. But shouldn't this be true? Then this proves that the defendant did bear ill will towards the victim. So this means I have to smash this rumor once and for all. Now then, Mr. Wright, you may cross-examine the witness. Be careful, the old bag seems rather excited right now.
That's right, Engarde is nothing but your average foul-blooded youth.
Well, as the old saying goes, you've gotta burn old bags with fire. Yikes! Time to fire up the afterburns and hit the highway to the danger zone.
Danger zone!
Now, guys, we're going to the danger zone. And so is my throat.
Yeesh.
Glug glug. I've had to take multiple sips from my iced tea during this old bag's talking. You can't say something like that without a proof. That's just slander.
But it is true that woman was getting intimate with poor Juan. Look, it says so right here, doesn't it? Manager to the stars with Miss AA.
But the name of the magazine still, this came from his gossip land.
What? Are you saying that gossip is all just a pack of lies? Huh. What do you say? What do you know? I suppose next you'll swear to me that the news is 100% truth. Honestly, Sonny, you can't discriminate between the news and gossip.
Unless discrimination is bad, Mr. Wright.
Discriminate? When did I do anything like that? Anyway, Engarde will never get me to say touché.
A scandal? What do you mean by that?
You're a dim-witted one, aren't you? I can't believe you don't know what scandal is. Honestly, what are they teaching kids in the middle schools these days?
No. I wasn't asking what the word scandal means. Even I know that much.
Well, that Engarde thought he could own a monopoly on popularity.
You don't have any proof that Mr. Engarde did any such thing.
You must be suffering from shock, the shock of hearing the truth. And now, since you're in so much shock, you can't do anything, right?
You're right, I can't do anything, but boys, do I wish I could do something about you.
Alright then, Sonny, show me what you got. Can you show me proof that Engarde did bear any ill will towards Juan? Didn't bear any ill will towards Juan?
I don't have anything to offer.
See, just as I thought. And you were lecturing me about saying things without proof. You must be just giving me a free pass to say whatever I want whenever I want, silly boy.
In my big mouth.
That's the way the cookie crumbles for you, anyway.
So, what do you mean by I took action?
Like I already told you, I was lying in wait close to crime scene. Eh?
Real mad and guarded. Thank you for the follow.
And welcome to the Creature Club. Like I already told you, I was lying in wait close to the crime scene. Once that slimy woman came out of Joanne's room, I was going to capture her and teach her a good lesson, something you youngings need.
We're going to teach her a good lesson.
I was going to make her eat the damning beams of my ray gun.
Lawyer dude, I was getting my acquittal going. It's coming.
It is coming. Hope you're having a good Thursday. Like this.
No, stop.
Well, it was too bad that woman didn't come through the door that night.
Wait.
What? I'm a busy woman. Tea time with the kids is over.
Secret information that no one else knows yet. If that's true, then how do you know this secret information?
Well, that's because I'm a pro. Yes, that's it.
Huh. I'm surprised she hasn't mentioned anything about Lotta yet. Because Lotta was supposedly in that same hallway as well.
It's a secret. Even if you drilled a hole in my brain, you'll never find out.
How in the world did that old bag get such a secret piece of information? Present evidence, press further. Wait and see. Here's the thing, I have a theory, but it could be that I'm jumping into conclusions, so I'm just gonna, for now, I'm gonna press further. If you don't be a good girl and tell me where you got the secret information, you won't get to go home today.
Betty Boo, what are you doing? Help me.
What do I have to do with this?
Just do this for me. You'll get your reward.
I don't want your reward, but you don't leave me much of a choice. The witness could have gotten her information from anywhere. It's even possible that it was spontaneously made up inside the witness's head. And he lectures me on reckless blabbering. As long as we don't know where this information came from, it's quite a waste of time to focus on the line of questioning. Where did Oldback get her inside information? There has to be something I can use to figure it out.
Figure it out. Bleh.
So sounds like just another tidbit gossip, doesn't it? But you can't just ignore it either. It makes your client look bad either way. Well, I don't think I heard anything really out of the ordinary just now. There has to be something we can't catch her on. Yeah, and when I find it, I'm gonna press the heck out of it.
You said it, Phoenix.
Okay. Time to start poking at her. Which part was it that I could possibly present evidence? Let's see. Wasn't that? With this last part. Because she flinches at here. Which makes me think that she must have gotten the info from... So no one else is supposed to know this secret information, correct? If that's true, then why do you know it, Miss Oldback?
Why are you looking at me like that? Stop that.
Witness? I hate to say it, but this is how you came to acquire your secret information, isn't it? Is it Lotta's camera or Lotta herself? We'll try it out.
Aha! Gotcha, bitch.
The investigation photographer Lotta Hart. Oh yes, I remember that mischievous girl. She reported that she had lost a certain note she had written to herself. She, reported a such thing. On that piece of paper, she had written down some of her outrego, impressions about the relationship between the victim and Miss Andrews.
What? Outrageous idea, you say?
No, I was... I said impressions.
Then everything written on this piece of paper is completely meaningless.
Aha! That's it, that's the note. You outed yourself there, hold back.
No, you see, this is something completely different. This is my top secret list of groceries to buy.
No. Then you are the one who took Mrs. Hart's note.
I'm a huge fan of Juan, that's why. That infamous puppy-haired whippersnapper. She's working with the evil Engarde. She said so herself. Engarde. I'm his sidekick.
Engarde?
She was so happy, smiling like a silly duck. I was only checking what she had written.
But this was inside the camera bag.
Edgy Pooh, you believe me, don't you?
I feel like he takes mental damage every time she calls him that.
I was only trying to help out like the angel I am. It's only one little piece of paper. I've never taken anything else before.
Uh-huh. You really should have come with a supply of cheese to match with your vintage wine. Well, it was only a piece of paper. I suppose we can overlook this just once. She looks like she's really sorry. Should I forgive her? If I let up on her now, she'll get away. I have to find some way to inflict a deafening blow to the prosecution. Witness? You said the only thing you stole was that note. Is this correct?
Stolen? Why don't you listen more carefully, you annoying brat? I saved this piece of paper from the terrible lonely trash can, that's all.
You're lying, damn it, and I can prove it.
Are you putting my credibility under scruffing again?
Result back.
And just that,
in case I misclick or I'm just being a dummy-dumb. I don't believe that the note is the only thing you stole that night. The camera itself. Miss Oldback, that note was with a camera inside this case, wasn't it? A camera? Yesterday, Lotta Hart was raising a huge stink over her camera. She kept saying something like, my sweetie 1600 camera disappeared on me. What? Witness!
what is it, Krabs?
If you have the note, then it would only logical that you have the camera too.
Looks like you found me out again, Sonny. Is this the camera you're looking for?
That's...
What? Even though I look like this, I'm still a person, you know? I still eat meals like you. I fall in love and borrow things from people.
That... You stole that camera. You could have at least said that you confiscated it as a security guard, you know? That would have made more sense. But you straight up stole it because Lotta didn't know where the camera had disappeared. But instead she could have used her own authority to just confiscate the camera. you know? But I guess she couldn't do that because Lotta was actually part of the press. So, or I don't know if she was officially part of the press, but at the very least she was allowed inside there to photograph the whole thing, so I'm just gonna assume that she was part of it. Oh, I think your definition of borrow is a little off.
I saw that woman's business card, and that's when I noticed it said Slimeback Celebrity Photographer Extraordinaire. Well, then when I saw that, I had to know what sort of picture she had taken. I'm a professional security guard. It's my business to know these things.
That's the thing. If you had just officially confiscated the camera, this would not be an issue right now. But instead you decided to steal the camera and not tell the owner of the camera at all. This became a crime thing. Check this camera's photos, hurry! We must examine them at once. I bet it's not gonna be any use for us. It's gonna be even worse, is it? Or, you know, let's think positive. Maybe it's gonna prove that it wasn't Engarde who was coming out of the Juan's room or going inside the room. I don't remember. Was he coming out of the room or going in there? Either way. Well, Mr. Edgeworth, what do we have? There's only one photo that seems to be relevant to this case. Please present it to the court. That would be the Nickel Samurai. On the other hand, are the pants supposed to be that long? No! Because Engarde is wearing the costume here. And yeah, okay, never mind. We can use this, It is not Engarde who's wearing that outfit, because then the pants wouldn't be slacking off on the floor. Okay, this might be good, This is the Nickel Samurai.
See, I told you, that's the guy I saw.
This proves that the witness was not lying earlier about this matter. Picture taken in the hallway right after the murder. What does all this mean, Mr. Edgeworth? This photo by itself does not prove that the person in it is the defendant. However, in his own confession, Mr. Engarde clearly stated that at the time of the murder, he was still in his Nickel Samurai costume. If that's the case, then this Nickel Samurai is the defendant. How did it come to this? I think this brings us to the end. We have examined every piece of evidence, truly. Final comments, Mr. Wright? The court will consider them before we close. Do you agree that this photo is decisive evidence against your client? If this photo really is decisive, then we're done for. Gonna say real quick. But if I raise an objection here and blow it, then I would put Maya's life in jeopardy. I can't make a mistake here. There's only one road out of this mess. This photo that Lotta took, there's something strange with it. There's something strange with this photo. I knew this was coming, right? Your thoughts, Mr. Edgeworth? I think we can all agree there's nothing strange with this photo. There is no way for the defense to debunk this photo even with a bunker buster. Debunk with a bunker buster? Is that what you're planning to do, Mr. Wright? Anyway, please look at the photo one more time. If you really believe you can honestly find something wrong with this photo, then you should only need one chance, correct? Well, I have to find something wrong with this photo. I can't let this change go by. Where in the heck did she take this photo from anyway? It's all out of focus. Why can't she take a good shot, especially when it counts? Now then, let's hear your objection. What about this photo is strange? Again, the whole life is flashing before our eyes. Can I just point out the feet? I would like to direct the court's attention to this one area right here. What are you pointing to? His ankles? If you could see this person's ankles, that would be one thing. However, you can't. And what does that mean? The costume person in this photo could not have been Mr. Engarde. What is the meaning of this? I wonder if you could care to elaborate with an actual fact, that is. Let's take a good look at Nickel Samurai's poster. Please pay a particular attention to the area around the bottom of the hakama. Oh, but it's his socks. You can see his socks. Exactly. However, in this photo, the Nickel Samurai is clearly holding his hakama up just to walk. There's only one explanation for this. The person inside this costume is clearly much shorter than the defendant. Alright, I think I've turned things around for myself this time. That's curious. Huh? Oh? What is? This Edgeward is still calm. He seems to have acquired some new skills, I suppose. Edgeward is unusually calm today. That's true. He's just letting the trial run itself, as if he's only along for the ride. Along for the ride? What do you mean by that? I can only guess that perhaps he doesn't feel under attack at all. He doesn't feel under attack? Then I haven't damaged his case at all? Mr. Edgeworth, where does this leave us? If the person in this photo is not Madame Garde, then everything the prosecution has tried to prove has become meaningless. I figured it would come to this. What? Right? I have something I want to ask you. I think I have proven that the person inside this costume is not Madame Garde. In that case, who is this photo of? Who is the person wearing the Nickel Samurai costume? Don't stress out over this, Phoenix. It's very simple. Well, unfortunately, it is starting to look like we are gonna have to pin this on Adrian Andrews, because that's another person whose fingerprints were found inside that room, so... And we very much stated that shorter. And I still remember when Adrian said that she is short. Apparently, so... Yes, Bob, thank you for the hydration. Personally, I don't like pinning this on Adrian. Especially since we know her dealio, but we could somehow pin it there, but then we have another problem. Like, Because we are supposed to solve this case today. Like, on one day. How the hell are we supposed to do that? We are gonna run out of time. Unless the game is gonna, like, do something about it? I don't know. Let's just go along. What you should be focused on is Edgeworth's attitude, don't you think? Yeah, why is he so calm? Mr. Wright, let's hear your thoughts. Who is the person in this photograph? I'm sorry, Adrian. Adrian Andrews? If you want to know who that nickel samurai is, it is none other than this woman. And why would you say it must be Miss Andrews? What in the world points you to her? For starters, she's short. And she can freely move in and out of Matt Engarde's room. Finally, she had dinner with Mr. Engarde that night. And how does all that add up? It means that it makes it very easy for her to get a certain item. A certain knife with Mr. Engarde's fingerprints all over it. A knife that was used as a murder weapon. Why don't you just say what is it you want, right? To do this now. This is my last chance to turn things around. The defense moves to indict Miss Adrian Andrews in the murder of Juan Corda. It was Miss Andrews who tried to frame the defendant for the crime. Order! 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 Looks like this trial has hit a most unexpected development. Mr. Edgeworth. Yes, Your Honor. This court is assuming a subpound for Miss Adrian Andrews. The verdict cannot be passed without first hearing her testimony. Alright, this is it. This is kinda bad for us. Yep. Because this means the trial is gonna go on another day. And we don't have that kind of time. That's what I was worried about. Huh? What do you mean? If Adrian Andrews is summoned to the court as witness, it means the trial will go on for another day. One more day. Yep. If I don't get a verdict today, then Maya... Oh, then we shall set Miss Andrews' testimony for tomorrow. Well, what am I supposed to do? The judge is about to adjourn the court. This is bad. What do we object to? What the frick do we object to? Oh, then. Please, Your Honor, continue this trial. You must pass the verdict today. I can't do that. We cannot hear Mr. Andrews' testimony. Huh? I abhor wasting such valuable time. Edgeworth? Your Honor, I request that you please continue with today's trial. But we cannot continue due to this unexpected development. This unexpected development. I think you underestimated me, Your Honor. And what do you mean by that? That Mr. Phoenix Wright would slave his way to subconage Mr. Adrian Andrews is all happening according to plan, even if Wright was a bit slow to catch on. What? What is the meaning of your statement, Mr. Edgeworth? Miss Adrian Andrews is currently waiting in the prosecution's lobby. Dang, really? You thought this further ahead, Edgy? Okay. Well, to be fair, I do remember from last week's session that Franziska was talking about something with Adrian, so maybe this was all already like Franziska's plan, and it was just like Edgeworth just figured it out as well. Huh. Mayhaps. Who's the next witness? Everything was planned out in advance by that man. Somehow I knew there was no way Edgeworth would overlook Miss Andrews. Looks like this battle is far from over. Exactly. Very well. We will call the next witness. However, before we proceed, I shall take a 10-minute recess. Please prepare your witness in that time, Mr. Edgeworth. The court will now take a 10-minute recess. Oh! I am also gonna take a small break because I need to go to the bathroom real quick. So, BRB, we are continuing, okay?
Hello, I'm back. I am back, and I actually got myself some more of that delicious watermelon that I had on the previous day. We bought like a big watermelon, so some pre-cut watermelon, and it's probably gonna be really good for my throat now that I've been voicing over old back for a while. Oh. Ow. Quite a moment there. Wow, thank you for the raid. I was just munching on some watermelon. Take a little break from speaking so much. Hold on a bit. I'll give a shout out. There we go. Thank you for the raid, Lohi Ronti. Thank you, thank you. Reporonti raid, Reporonti. Wait, Reporonti? Oh, did you guys had a collab? That makes sense. So it's okay. But yeah, thank you for the raid and welcome all the raiders. Welcome. Hey Repo, hey Tuhmatikeri and Ronti. Welcome. You guys were playing Paradigm? I cannot pronounce. I can't pronounce that. What is that? I have no clue what that is, but I hope you guys had fun playing. And yeah, welcome. My name's Renotus, and we've been playing Phoenix Prize Ace Attorney Trilogy. We are currently in Justice for All, so the second game installment, and we are in the episode 4, Farewell My Turnabout, part 2/2. We're about to go back to the trial, and we are questioning a witness called Adrian Andrews next. So that's where we are at. Also, if you two have to skedaddle because you've been also streaming and all that, please do take care of yourselves. Get some rest. Eat up or something. Just take care of yourself, so I understand. That goes to you all raiders as well. Goes to you all too. Yeah. But let's continue. I actually had a little break there. I had to go to the bathroom, and I also snatched some delicious watermelon for myself. Now, just a tip. Watermelon is really good. Especially if you're voicing a lot of characters. Well, very cool and soothing and, very moist. A lot of water. That's good to your throat. And I've been voicing a lot of old people and men with growly voices, so I am very much gonna have an interesting voice tomorrow. So I hope the trial goes well. Yeah. And I seriously hope you guys had a fun stream as well. Ow. Some watermelon. Yes. So sorry if you hear some munching noises here and there. I actually try to remember to eat it before it gets too warm on the desk. Same day, but this time it's 2:14 p.m. District Court, Defendant Lobby number 3. Dude, I can't believe that Adrian. No way. Not cool and collected, Adrian Andrews. Well, she is your manager. It would have been very easy for her to pull this off. The only person who had easy access to the knife you used at the dinner was, well, her. So after the ceremony during the break, huh? I was sleeping like a log the entire time. See,
She could have also easily planted the blood-covered button in your hakama. Ah, because she was the one that came to wake me up? And dude, you're saying it really was her? Yes, she's the real killer. She was the one who murdered Juan Corrida. But why? I thought she was buddies with Juan. She has her own agenda. Her own agenda? What are you talking about? I'm sure you'll see by the time this trial's over. It'll be alright. I'll get you acquitted by the end of the day. Get me verdict, that's refreshing like a spring breeze. Okay, Mr. Lawyer Dude. Phoenix? You think her motive is related to Celeste Impact's missing suicide note, right? Yes. Miss Andrews depended on Miss Impacts as her strength and reason to live. But then Miss Impacts suddenly killed herself. It sounds like she left the suicide note and the person thought to have hidden it is Juan Corrida, the victim of this murder. And that's why I think that Miss Andrews got close to Mr. Corrida. All to get the suicide note back. That sounds plausible.
But that's the thing, we
Questioned Andrews yesterday in this case, and she did state that it would not be something she would, you know, kill a person for. So
she's a bit of a quinky dinky, you know.
I don't think she did it, but we kinda have to pin this on her right now. Kinda have to. But one thing bothers me. What? Who was it that first told us about their relationship? Better stated, Miss Andrews' dependency issues with regarding to Miss Impacts. It was Edgeworth. It looks like he's still the one in command of the ship. Don't let your guard down yet. Into the lion's den we go. March 22nd, 2:25 p.m. District Court, courtroom number 3. Court will now be reconvened. Now then, Mr. Edgeworth, if you please. The prosecution calls the witness opponent by this court. Miss Adrian Andrews, the person who discovered the crime at Mr. Juan Corrida's room. She still has the card. What is your occupation? I am the manager of defendant in this case, Mr. Matt Edgarde. I see. Now then. Before we begin, Your Honor, I have one request. Yes, sure. What is it? I'm sure everyone in this court will wonder the same thing. I would love to find out more about my relationship with the victim. After all, it was the topic of a certain weekly magazine recently. No, I have no idea what you mean. I've never even heard of Gossip Land. Suck at lying, Judge. If the judge was ever a prosecution witness, he'd do all my work for me. Anyway, I was wondering if you could please tell us about your relationship to the victim. Yes, I was seeing Mr. Corrida. I was also aware of the rivalry that existed between Matt and Juan. But this was private matter between Juan and myself. So it was a fry in a bed matter, or what the bait in the fry reminds me of fishing. But I didn't kill him. No one is accusing you of that. I think there's someone who would beg to differ. Sup? I think we'll all understand your relationship with the victim now, Mr. Andrews. Very well then, witness. Please testify to the court about what happened when you discovered the murder that had taken place. When I found the body. It was time for the show to start, so I went to get Matt from his room. After that, I went to Juan's room, and there was his dead body. I was in shock. What I saw was naturally the exact same scene as in this crime scene photo. I felt as I thought I was about to faint, so I poured myself a glass of juice. Well, that's weird. You poured yourself a glass of juice? Yes, sadly, I didn't remember not to touch things at the scene of the crime. And I disturbed the crime scene by moving this one thing. And that is when the fingerprints on the wine glass were made, Your Honor. I see. Well, Mr. Wright, you may cross-examine the witness. Phoenix. She's one cool and collected customer. And she has the brains to match. Yeah, I know. In order to catch a person like her, you have to avoid head-on conversation. You should disturb her pacing. Huh? Disrupt her pacing? She's the type of woman who is easily thrown off by things inconsistent with her thinking. So you have to attack when she least expects it. The instant you let up in your offense is the instant this trial is over. Understand? Baby? You are expecting way too much from me, Mia. Way too much. My goodness. And what was Mr. Engarde doing at the time? He was taking a nap. He was worn out from his many performances as a nickel samurai during the ceremony. Mr. Engarde did say he was taking a nap. Then I guess you could say it could not have been taken out of his room, yes? Excuse me? It? What are you...
Objection!
Right, I thought years of school would have taught you how to construct a sentence. You can't make a sensible sentence with a subject, then I'll make one for you. Watch. Did you, Miss Adrian Andrews, remove Mr. Engarde's knife from his room? No. Subject, verb, object, right? Did you skip basic grammar? The witness may continue. Edgy, don't start with me. Today is not a good day. Not when Maya is being kidnapped. And her life is at stake here. And why did you do that? As a friendly gesture, Xuan was to make an appearance with the other heroes. So the show was supposed to be a show of friendship, huh? Is that the only reason? I beg your pardon? What are you implying? You had a certain goal in mind when you started to get close to him, correct? So perhaps you had a more personal matter to discuss with the victim. Sorry, but I didn't have any such intentions in mind at the time. I can't get you to talk without a strong piece of evidence, I guess. May we continue now, witness? What did you see when you got to this room? You were in shock? What? Was I not supposed to be? Miss Adrian is a very calculating person. And despite how close they were, I doubt she had romantic feelings for Mr. Corridor. Anyone randomly stumbling upon a dead body would be in shock. And you can't seriously expect that of a young beauty like her would not be shocked. Somehow I don't think a beauty has anything to do with being shocked or not, but I see. This is a photo you're referring to, correct? Yes, the one with the knife lodging in his chest. And the guitar case was like this too? Yes, it was open and empty, of course. And then, what did you do next, witness? Now this part is weird. Juice? Yes, there was a bottle of tomato juice on the table, so I helped myself. I'm gonna be honest here, I have never drank tomato juice. I don't think so. Like straight up tomato juice. Like, what does that taste like? I can't stop imagining like having like same as tomato sauce. Like, would it just taste like that but more watery? I am confused. Yeah, I'm a bit confused. I know there's vegetable juices, but straight up tomato juice? That's a bit... I'm just not familiar with it. I'm curious if any one of you have ever tasted it. Please tell me, does it taste like tomato sauce? Or does it taste like completely different? But you didn't drink any of it, did you? Huh? There were no lip marks left on this wine glass to suggest that anyone drank from it. I wasn't feeling terribly great, so I set the glass down without drinking it. Miss Andrews, I would like to confirm with you one more time. When you discovered the dead body of Juan Porida, you were in great shock. And that's when you poured yourself a glass of juice, correct? And what of it? My mind really was a complete blank at the time. Your mind was complete blank. I didn't think that was possible for you. Aren't you rude today? I was so dazed that I made one careless mistake. That one thing. That one thing? Never mind. It's no big deal. What was she starting to say just now? Miss Andrews, I'm confident that you said you made a mistake at the scene of the crime. What I really want to know is, what is this mistake was? Actually, so would I. I'm sorry, it's kind of embarrassing. When I set the glass down on the dresser, I accidentally knocked the flower vase over. Now that is interesting because the guitar case only has water on top of the case, but the inside of the case is dry, so... Huh. So in other words, she must have opened the case too. A piece of watermelon. A flower vase? Are you talking about the one on the floor in the crime photo? This mess of glass shards? It was ordinary on top of the dresser. But when I bumped into it with my elbow, it fell onto the guitar case. Why did you withhold such an important piece of information? I'm sorry. I thought that since the crime scene was already in disarray, that person would simply assume that the vase was just another part of the mess. Well, it looks like yet another fact has come to light here. Please add this to anything else you have to reveal to your testimony. I'm sorry, but I have nothing more to add. I didn't touch anything else. Except you must have. What kind of flower vase was it? It was a glass vase, and it was fairly big and heavy. I thought it would try to take John's pulse, so I set the glass I was holding down on the dresser. And that's when my elbow accidentally hit the vase. That's odd. I thought she was always in a total control of herself. That's what she would like people to think. Always be mindful of the gap between your perception and reality. Doesn't sound like there's any glaring contradictions in her testimony just now. I warned you earlier that she would not crack so easily. The only way to make her is to keep on the offensive and not let up. The only way we're going to catch her with some very strong, decisive evidence. I have to find something, I just have to, for Maya's sake.
I do believe I did.
I have a theory that it's this last one. Because in that one she claims that she didn't touch anything else. Oh. Finally, the guitar case becomes useful. You testified that you knocked the flower vase over, is this correct? Yes. And are you sure it fell onto the guitar case? Is there some problem with what I said? It's not some problem, it's a major problem. It's true that the top of the guitar case was wet with water. However, that's exactly what it's so strange. Miss Andrews, you testified that the vase fell onto the guitar case. However, if that was true, the case should have gotten wet from the inside, not the outside. But that's very true. Furthermore, there's one other strange thing about this guitar case. What is that? Let's take another look at the crime scene photo. The reins of the vase are scattered on the floor. And what's wrong with that? If the guitar case was open when the vase fell, the glass shards should be inside, not outside the case. Not necessarily, they could be scattered around inside the case and outside the case, but What is your point, Wright? That the case was closed at the time the vase was knocked over. Is that all? No, think back to what Mrs. Andrews testified to. She said that other than the vase, she didn't touch anything else. Oh yes, that is right. She did implicitly say didn't touch the guitar case. But this whole matter with the guitar case is a dead end. The bright red guitar was not found at the studio. It has no bearing on this case at all. That may very well be, however... the empty guitar case does seem to have no relation to this case, doesn't it? No, Phoenix. Think, buddy. If we know for a fact that the guitar itself was not inside the case, and that the case was supposedly closed when Adrian knocked the vase over, that could mean that there could have been something else inside the case. Maybe? That's what I thought earlier. Like, maybe something was, like, carried inside in that case. Maybe. But that was the thing, we didn't have any evidence of that, so... Still don't know if that's gonna be even something, but could be. It seems that there is no deeper meaning to the guitar case. Well, Mr. Wright, do you think we need to hear more details about the guitar case? Yes. The empty guitar case. I believe this is a crucial piece of the puzzle. I can't believe anyone would reach to straws like this, but it is you. I can't believe I'm doing this either. Alright, I'll follow along for now. Mrs. Andrews, please testify to the court about the guitar case. Yes, Your Honor. The guitar case. I don't remember too clearly because I was a bit dazed. I suppose I must have opened the guitar case after I knocked the vase over. It's not a big deal though, right? The case was empty after all. As for why I opened the case, even I don't know. It looks like this really wasn't a very important point. The wastefulness is such a familiar feeling, but by now that it's almost comforting. Anyway, I'll just go ahead and start the cross-examination. Using any way to change the topic. Convenient escape for a weak man. Stop bullying us, Edgy! Come on! Man, I bet he wouldn't act like this if he knew Maya was in danger. During your testimony just now, did you remember those events clearly in your mind? Well, you see... Are you sure you are the one who opened the guitar case? Wow. She's waiting for someone to tell her if she should answer or not. Sounds like her dependent side is taking over. Hello, Mr. Andrews? Yes, it was me. So, you opened the guitar case then? Yes, well, maybe. Why did you open the guitar case? Huh? Mr. Corda's dead body was right there in front of you, wasn't it? I wouldn't think that the first thing you would do is to call for help, not open a guitar case. Or pour a juice for yourself, but you know, what do I know? As the witness has said multiple times, when she found the dead body, she was dazed. Maybe I was curious to know if the bright red guitar was alright or not. I thought maybe the criminal took it. Why would she care about the bright red guitar? But getting back to the topic... Was it really empty? I was just wondering if maybe when you opened the case, the guitar was still inside. But we already established it couldn't have been there, Phoenix. Come on. How long have you been a lawyer, Mr. Wright? Have you little professionalism? The bright red guitar was found at the studio. These trials would be over in half of the time if you would just pay attention. Yes, pay more attention, Mr. Wright. Sorry. Sheesh. Was that because you were shocked and dazed at the discovery of the victim's body? Yes, that's probably it. I'm not going to get anywhere if I continue pressing her like this. The only way to make her talk is with evidence. I guess I should give it a try. Come on, Phoenix, we can't afford to let up on her now. I wasn't planning on letting up, but she's had her weakest now, so this is our chance. Yeah, if we had a weapon to hit her with... I'm sure a weapon is hiding somewhere in the court records, waiting to be found. Alright, time to start racking our brain about this.
And I get to munch more watermelon while I do it.
Okay, what do we have? We've used the camera. We have used the case. No. Actually, we can use this case again. Because, see a very familiar thing about this? There's Corrida's fingerprints. In other words, it doesn't have Adrian's fingerprints, so... Now, the question is, where do I present this? Is it here, where she claims that she must have opened it? I shall try, but I know that I have to use the guitar case here, because that... Literally, it says that it didn't have her fingerprints on it, so... Bingo! Bongo! There is no way you were the one who opened the guitar case. Why would you say that? It's elementary, my dear.
Don't say it like that, Phoenix. That's rude.
Because the only fingerprints on this guitar case are those of the victim. Ah. What is this, Mr. Andrews? Mrs. My bad. You shouldn't assume that I must have left fingerprints just because I touched the case. What do you mean? What if I were to tell you that I was wearing gloves at the time? Gloves? Why would you have been wearing gloves at the time? It was the night of the awards ceremony. So of course I dressed up for the occasion. Yes, now that I remember, I'm almost sure I was wearing a pair of thin gloves. I see. Well, Mr. Wright, it seems the witness was wearing gloves at the scene of the crime. That's strange. You were wearing gloves? Isn't that a little strange? Why is that strange? Do you have something that would prove I was not wearing gloves at the time? Ah, right, the class, because the class has your fingerprints, and you did say in the previous statement that you poured yourself a glass of juice. I have your proof right here. This wine glass. The wine glass? You left your fingerprints on very clearly on this wine glass. Ah. Even if you took your gloves off when you poured yourself this glass of juice, wouldn't you think it was just a little strange that you would put your gloves back on just to open the guitar case? Whoa! Dang, you... Wait. Self-destructing... glasses? What the frick was that? Dang! She just pulled out a new pair. Okay. Order! 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 Looks like you hit the nail on the head this time. What do you mean? I believe that guitar case plays a very important role here. But it's just an empty case. I wonder if it really was empty, though. See? I'm saying the same shit Mia is saying! Ah! I don't know what they could have put in the case, but they could have used something. Put have some. I don't know. Frick it. It just feels weird to carry around an empty case for no reason. But the guitar, the bright red guitar, was at the studio. Phoenix, drop all your presumptions. What was in the guitar case was not the bright red guitar. You don't mean it was a bright white guitar? Wait, what? That's not right either. Stop with the guitar! It doesn't have to be a guitar that can be restored, stored in a guitar case. What could it have been? I admit it would be unnatural for someone to do that. But the witness was not wearing gloves, despite the fact that on the case. Your Honor, this is obviously the defense's unusual misdirection tactics at work. Steer the court towards an unrealistic topic and lull us all into his misguided. Calm down, Edgy. No, Your Honor. Please recall that Mr. Andrews had testified that the vase fell onto the guitar case, which means that the case was closed when the crime took place. However, it is wide open in this photo of the crime scene. I'm sure this guitar case has more relations to the murder. If you are so sure, right? Then I'm sure you can somehow substantiate your outrageous claims, correct? Please enlighten us as to why the guitar case has anything at all to do with this murder.
Mia, help. Askete, help us.
Can you do that, Mr. Wright? Well... Okay. Let's suppose for a second that the bright red guitar was not the only thing that could have been in the case. The bright red guitar not being the only thing. You don't mean to suggest the bright... No, stop it, Judge. So you then to push your theory that the case was not empty. Is that it, right? I wouldn't say something I didn't intend to prove. Deflate that head of yours, you haven't proven anything yet. Now then, let's have it. What was inside the case at the time of the murder? Can I use this photo? Because that would have the costume on it. Hold on. Oh shit, I can't even say it. Dang it. Okay, I'm just going for it. This is a photograph. Yes, but what is important is what is in that picture, Your Honor. I was just kind of winging it, but... Sure? So I was thinking, like, can't be the knife. It can't be a camera. So could it be a costume? And since we did see, or we didn't see, Oldback saw Nickel Samurai coming out of the room. In other words, How did that happen, since Engarda was wearing the outfit? But he was sleeping in his own room, so... I don't know. I'm guessing it could be their outfit. It doesn't take a genius to see what I mean. What I am proposing is... inside the guitar case was the Nickel Samurai, the hero's very own costume. What? Mr. Wright, explain yourself. Right, are you saying that the witness opened the guitar case to take out a costume? That insane point would there be to doing something like that? That insane point would be to wear the costume, of course. Miss Andrews put it on and hid her identity so she could make her escape. After all, you couldn't let anyone see you leave, could you, Miss Andrews? I refuse to accept your theory. Do you have anything to support such preposterous idea? Just outside the door was an investigative photographer who was starving for a big scoop. And in the end, she managed to get this snot, correct? You mean this photo?
Yeah.
Order, order. It looks like we've wandered into quite another mess again, haven't we? Nice job, Phoenix. Well, you know my strategy. Speak first, think later. So the real murderer has hiding inside the costume. Wait a second, Your Honor. The Nickel Samurai's costume would have been Mr. Madden Gardis. Why would something of a defendant's be in the victim's room? And inside a guitar case of all places. True. That is a bit baffling. Mr. White, the court would like to hear your thoughts. Uh-oh.
Oh, goody.
Our thoughts? What was this Nickel Samurai costume doing inside the guitar case? Was a spare? Stolen? I don't know, spare? Mr. Engarda did not take his costume off during the break period. In that case, the costume we are talking about is a spare one. What? Then are you saying that on the night of the murder, there were 2 Nickel Samurai costumes at the Gatewater Hotel? Yes, that is what I'm saying. And how do you explain the costume that was inside the guitar case? It would mean that the victim himself had brought this spare to the ceremony on purpose. But why? The victim, Mr. Corridor, was the jamming ninja. Why would he secretly bring a Nickel Samurai spare costume with him? What could be the reason behind such a peculiar act? And there lies the striking point. But what are you mumbling to yourself about now? Have you just been rambling all this time without any sense of inner monologue? Huh? No, Mr. Wright, please explain yourself. Why do you think the victim had a Nickel Samurai spare costume? Frick if I know. Fricking use your own brains for a while. Mine's starting to hurt. Phoenix, are you sure you can explain this one? Think carefully before you answer, and then answer with gusto. I believe in you. Okay. Alright, this is what I think. The reason the victim brought the Nickel Samurai spare costume to the hotel was... What is this? On the night of the murder, after the stage show, the Nickel Samurai was going to hold a special press conference. Press conference? Yes, the Nickel Samurai was supposed to confess something at this conference. I heard about this as well. For once, you're not making something up, right? But that struck me as strange was Mr. Engarde himself. Said he had no idea what was supposed to be holding a press conference that night. But how can that be? The way I see it, that can only that can mean only one thing. The conference was set up by none other than the victim, Mr. Juan Corrida himself. The victim? Yes. The spare nickel samurai costume was prepared for that very conference. Mr. Corrida was going to hold the press conference as the nickel samurai. He was going to dress up as nickel samurai and hold the conference? And it only makes sense because, our client didn't freaking know anything about that conference. But why would the victim do such a thing? That's something I don't quite know yet, however. One of my concerns with right now is what he intended to reveal at that conference. The nickel samurai was going to confess something. And by confess, I'd wager he was going to reveal something about himself. Which means that Juan Corrida, posing as Nickel Samurai, was going to speak about Matt Engarde. Yes, I guess that is what it would mean. But if that's the case, that's not a confession, that's a public disclosure. Miss Andrews? I can see why you are pros at what you do. Pardon me? Yes, just as you say, the press conference was set up by Juan. Miss Andrews, please offer us an explanation for this. Yeah, what the frick? I was the one he asked to help set it up. And the person who prepared the second costume for him was... that was also me. You? Juan had bet everything on the jamming ninja this year. And if he lost the Grand Prix, he was going to make sure Matt was going down with him. That's what he thought anyway. Was going to ruin him? Aw. It looked like somehow Juan had in his hands a secret so powerful that it would destroy Matt's acting career had it been revealed. Oh, things are getting saucy here. What? Pardon? And do you know what this secret that Matt Engarde is, Miss Andrews? That's something only Juan knew. I don't know what it is. I see. I've probably been coming off quite suspicious to everyone. But that's to be expected. I've been trying to protect Matt, after all. Protect Matt Engarde? Yet again, another strange bit of truth comes to light, it seems. Miss Andrews, if you could please tell us the truth about your behavior. Yes, Your Honor. I understand. Protecting Matt. From the moment I saw the crime scene, I had a feeling that Matt was the murderer. Matt had to kill Juan no matter what. And he didn't have an alibi for what he was doing at the time of the murder. My thoughts were confirmed by the evidence, of course, the button and the knife. But I'm Matt's manager, so I felt that I had to protect him. This does account for everything. Well, I am the logical type. We're finally seeing her true self. She's more nervous than a scared rabbit. If the defense can find no fault with this testimony, I am ready to make a ruling. Please keep that in mind as you cross-examine Mr. Wright. Looks like somehow everything was swung to the opposite end of the scale again. That just means I have to put my weight into this and turn her logic upside down. Would you say that was your intuition speaking through? Don't confuse my methods for reasoning with your own. If you want to prove that someone did something, you need 3 things. 3 things? A motive, an opportunity to commit the crime, and finally, decisive evidence. And if you think these 3 things through, the answer becomes quite clear. You should already know that, Phoenix. They didn't teach that to us in school, at least not from what I remember. May I continue now? Yes, you may. So would you say this deed came from the press conference? Yes. Do you know why Juan chose that event and that hotel for the conference? Because that was when he could cause the most damage to the public beloved Matt Edgarde. And you were of this plan, and you knew of this plan, didn't you, Miss Andrews? Yes, because I was the one who set up the conference and prepared the costume. But I'm sure Mr. Engarde himself didn't know anything about the press conference. Oh, really? Can you show me any proof that he didn't know about the press conference? Anyway, the important thing here is that this information was not in your testimony. Yes, I agree, Miss Andrews. Please correct your testimony, if you please. Grasping at straws now, are we, Mr. Wright? Has Mr. Engarde done something to hurt or betray you personally? Why do you ask? You were the one who helped Mr. Corridor with his press conference. And that event was supposed to bring down Mr. Engarde, yet you still helped out. The person on the trial right now is Mr. Engarde, right? What the witness was thinking helping the victim with his plan is none of our concern. In case, this means that the defendant had a motive to kill. Why do I keep doing this to myself? But didn't you already testify earlier that Matt Engarde was taking a nap in his room? Are you telling me now that that too was a lie so you could cover for Mr. Engarde? I am not telling you anything of sort. When I went to get him for the show, he honestly was sleeping. However, as to whether he was sleeping the entire time, that I cannot say. I was too busy setting up the stage at that time. I keep trying, but I can't find no flaws with what Miss Andrews has said. I can't say the same for some people here in the courtroom, however. The judge is glaring straight at Mia. He's glaring at you, smartass. You can hardly call the knife decisive evidence. The fingerprints on the knife could very well be clever camouflage. Then what about the button? The button? It's clear from the crime scene that the victim had his murder taught. And during the fight, the killer ripped the button from the jamming ninja's costume. You're talking about this button, correct? That button was found in the place of Matt's hakama, isn't that correct? I wouldn't think that makes it very decisive evidence. Looks like you were outfoxed again, Mr. Wright. Anyway, the knife doesn't prove a thing. Please fix your testimony. I can't stand the sight of a man who can't gracefully accept his defeat. Don't look at me like that, Mia. Come on, man. Supposed to be my mentor. Thank goodness Mia can still look at me. It's an icy stare, yes. Miss Andrews, for Wright's sake, please add this information to your testimony. Thank you. And how do you know that? When the ends of the threads on the button at the costume were matched up, they were found to fit together perfectly, or so I heard. I've heard that before too. But why would Miss Andrews know about this case down to such fine detail? Don't look at me like that. Just because I prepared and you are not. And I thought I'd had her this time for sure. If there's anything to trip her up, it has to be here. But where and what? But what you really did was stab the guy in the back, didn't you? And at the worst possible time. Who's to say she really stabbed the guy in the back, as you put it? This witness could have disclosed things about Mr. Engarde at any time. Why then would she wait until there was a large audience before doing so? It's the same reason why Mr. Corrida planned such an elaborate conference. Miss Andrews wanted to cause the Mr. Engarde as much damage as she could possibly could. This witness bears ill will towards the defendant. This isn't the Phoenix Wright Wax Philosophical Power Hour. And please stop slandering the witness. As I expected, Mrs. Andrews' testimony seems pretty solid. Really? Because to me it sounded a little wishy-washy. Wishy-washy? The Pokemon? I guess, well, see if I press a little more. You should know this by now. It'll need strong, decisive evidence to make her talk. Got it, Chief. I'm going to pin you down this time, Miss Andrews. I will get you. Just gotta be smart about it. I'm also gonna eat some watermelon. Ow. But that's the thing. The fight. And we have been established that he was strangled with a scarf and then stabbed with a knife. And the button is on this side, on the stabbing side. So that's a bit peculiar here, so I wonder if that's what we're supposed to, like, somehow get here. I'm gonna try the button thing here, but I wonder, am I supposed to present the button or am I supposed to present the autopsy part? I'm gonna try both. I'm gonna try the autopsy report and then I'm gonna try the button. Oh, never mind. It was the autopsy. autopsy report. This is the victim's autopsy report. It clearly states that the cause of death was strangulation by scarf. Is it strangulation? The knife stabbed on the victim was done after the victim had already died. And what does that mean? Let's examine the evidence. This button has the victim's blood on it, which would mean that it was ripped off the costume. When? After the knife was stabbed into the victim. Exactly. Which means it is impossible that this button was torn off during the victim's final struggle, because the victim was strangled to death in that fight. That's right, Miss Andrews. There is no way this button was ripped off during the struggle. This button was consciously pulled off the victim's already dead body. Oh, stuff is moving without me pressing. What is the meaning of this, right? What if the button was torn off the body after the victim had already died? What does that change? Let me ask you one simple question, Mr. Edgeworth. Why was the button turned off? What purpose did that serve? What purpose? We now know this button was not torn off during the fight. So the murderer took time and effort to purposely rip this from the victim's body. That would mean that the murderer had something in mind, wouldn't it? Mr. Wright, does this mean you know that the murderer wanted to do with the button? What was it? The pin. There is only one logical reason for doing something like that. It was to pin the crime on Mr. Edgarde. There is no way anyone would put a bloodied button in their own pants. That's right, Mr. Edgarde was set up. By the real killer, of course. And the real murderer is... Well, Mr. Wright, who in the world is the real killer then?
Well, here's the thing. I'm not looking forward to this part because it looks like we're gonna have to try to pin this on Adrian now, but
that's kind of the only thing we can do right now. Finally. I can't believe I've managed to bring this trial all the way up to this point. Phoenix, you can't let your guard down yet. Not until the very end. The real killer, the person who planted the frame that Mr. Engarde is... I'm sorry, Adrian. Miss Adrian Andrews. I choose you. You are the Corridor's killer. What? Order, Mr. Wright. This is a very grave matter. Do you have any evidence that supports your charge? Any evidence? All of the evidence points to Mrs. Andrews. Miss Andrews. What? How preposterous! You can't stick any of that on me. I can. I can't? Can I? Would you care to test me? Then what about this knife? The knife was used to stab the victim after he had already been strangled to death. It was used to throw suspicions onto Mr. Engarde, naturally. The knife covered in the defendant's fingerprints could only be taken from his room. And the only one who had dinner with him and knew which knife to take was you. But then, what about the button? that was found on Matt's Hakama. This button was removed from the victim's body after he had already died. The only person who could have done so were the person who found his body, or the killer. However, if Mr. Engarde was the real killer, there is no way he would have put such incriminating evidence on his own Hakama. The only person who could have put this button into Mr. Engarde's Hakama is the person who went to wake him up for his nap. Which is you, yet again, Miss Andrews. I see. What about the empty guitar case? That is also another piece of evidence that incriminates Miss Andrews. That costume was used to hide the real killer's identity as they fled the crime scene. Now, who would have known that there was such a costume inside the guitar case? It could only have been the person who prepared the costume for the victim. And that person is you, Miss Adrian Andrews. Like, this is all way too... I don't like this. The back of my head, everything is yelling it's not her. But Miss Andrews' fingerprints were nowhere to be found on the guitar case. And if it was you who proved that she was not wearing gloves at the time, that's right. That's because she did not intend to leaving any prints. If anyone had found out that she had touched the case, they would have asked her why. So to avoid leaving any prints, she used a towel or something else to open it. But the class of tomato juice is a different story. Miss Andrews purposely left her fingerprints on the glass to show that yes, indeed, she was the classic dazed discoverer of the dead body. And to top it all off, there is this photo. A photo of the killer as they exited the scene of the crime. No reasonable person on Earth can believe this nickel samurai is Mr. Engarde. He would be much too short for his own costume if it was him. Speaking of how tall people are, Miss Andrews, you're also kind of short in stature, are you not? Please stop. Well, how about it, Miss Andrews? I've got her this time. But, Miss Andrews? I refuse to testify. Huh? What was that? But there's a law. It says that I can't be forced to testify about something if it can incriminate me. Huh? But that's not good for us. Well, yes. You are absolutely correct, Miss Andrews. The law does provide us with a way to avoid self-incrimination by allowing the witness to not testify if the testimony can cause damage to themselves. Wait, but shouldn't that be... Okay, be fair, I am no lawyer, I do not know any of this shit, so... But to me, that just sounds more like you should be saying this before you even go to testify, but... I don't know. How does that work? What? Pleading the fifth is not something most people would think to do on the spot. I don't honestly know, but Actually, thinking back to yesterday in Mr. Engarder's room. Yo! It was... Ah! It was one Karma who told her about it. But... Dang it. Adrian Andrews. Yes? Think hard about what we just discussed. Understood? Alright. That could have been it. Or one of the things they discussed it. That's it. That's when Francisca planted this idea into her head. She must have told Mrs. Andrews to not testify if things looked bad. You did a good job proving everything up until this point, Phoenix. But there's still one thing you haven't done. Something I haven't done? What's wrong, Wright? Are you finished already? Run out of evidence? Yeah, proving the motive. What is so humorous, Mr. Etcheworth? I'm sure you realize this as well, Your Honor. But everything the good lawyer here has proven up to this point is meaningless. What? Everything you have proven is circumstantial. Circumstantial? Yes, circumstantial. You have yet to prove a single piece of definite proof. Proof that Miss Andrews did in fact harbor a wish to murder Mr. Corda. I told you, we gotta now prove the motive. Miss Andrews, you did want to kill... Did you want to kill Mr. Corda? I believe this may lead to me incriminating myself, so I will abstain from answering. But Miss Andrews, if you do that, it would be the same as admitting your guilt, don't you think? Maybe so, or maybe not. There's nothing to prove it either way. Besides, you don't even know what crime I would be guilty of due to my silence. No, she's taking that defiant attitude again. Mia, what should we do? Somehow, we've landed in the worst possible situation. I think we have reached a certain conclusion at this point in time. Miss Adrian Andrews has refused to testify. And the defense theory that she is the actual murderer has not been fully substantiated with solid, defined proof. But that's not true. In this situation, there is only one thing this court can do. And that is to declare recess. Recess? I requested that both the prosecution and the defense look further into this matter. And at tomorrow's trial... Tomorrow? We don't have until tomorrow! But I also agree that we do definitely freaking need another day. But that's not what the killer has given us... blessed us with the time to do. We don't have a tomorrow. If we don't get a not guilty verdict today, then... Please wait, Your Honor. That's not necessary. The trial... Please continue the trial. What are you sweating for? Get a hint, Edgy, please. Your client is getting one more day to live, isn't he? That's not it. It isn't about that. Edgeworth, I know you know who the real killer is. Please let the trial continue. If I don't get the verdict, that Maya... It is impossible to continue as long as the witness refuses to testify. Now then, this court is... Edgy! I think he got the hint. Phoenix slipped. He said Maya. Okay. This could be good. Maybe. I don't know. It is not impossible for this trial to continue. Mr. Etchebert, what are you? It's true Mrs. Andrews holds the right against self-incrimination. However, if the topic of conversation were something unrelated to whatever she may be guilty of, then she has no right to withhold testimony. Yes, that is very true, but actually there is one little thing I'm curious about. Miss Andrews, when you found the victim's dead body, you poured yourself a glass of juice. Yes, and? I can't help but think how unnatural that is. Usually when one finds a body, they are shaken up, not stirring a glass of juice. So my actions were unusual, but I've already... Before you speak, I want to state that if you have a reason behind your actions, I would like to testify to that effect. Testify? Your Honor, I would like to request that the witness testifies again as to what happened when she first discovered the victim's body. Whatever we find out in this testimony should in no way implicate the witness. I don't know what is about Etcheworth today, but it can't get good read on him. Is he a friend or a foe? I just don't know. I would like to think he's a friend. Because... I gotta believe, man. If it had been Francisca, this would have been over already. It wouldn't have gone this long. The court acknowledges the prosecution's request. Miss Andrews, if you please. When I found the body. A glass of juice. I didn't really pour it for myself. I was surprised when I walked into the room and saw it in that messy state. And Juan, he was sitting slumbered over in the tired looking in the corner. When I saw him sitting like that, the thought that he was dead didn't cross my mind. To be honest, I thought he had just fainted or something, so I went to pour him some juice. Then I realized that he was dead. That's when I knocked the flower vase over. So you poured that glass of juice for the victim. Why didn't you say so in your earlier testimony? I didn't think it needed to include something so trivial. Phoenix, please be careful here. If you can't find anything wrong with this testimony, then there's nothing left. I know. Etcheworth, what the heck is going on in the brain of yours? Now then, Mr. Wright, you may begin your cross-examination. I can't believe we've been stuck in this one trial session for almost soon to be 4 hours. Not quite yet, but 3 hours and a half at the very least. But there wasn't anyone else in the room, right? Of course not. Then who did you pour it for? Mr. Wright, there is a rhyme and reason for everything. Can you wait just a little longer for it to be revealed to you? In other words, Wright, be quiet and listen. Precisely. I couldn't have said it better myself. So it was a mess. Are you sure it wasn't messy because your fight with Mr. Corda? I understand your frustration at not being able to prove your theory. However, before you go accusing people of crimes, go find yourself some evidence.
Nah.
And then, what did you see next, witness? Slumped over. Yes, he was just sitting there with his head tilted forward, eyes closed. He really looked like he was just sleeping. Is this just me, or did that right there sound a little odd? Yeah, what about the freaking knife? Then what did cross your mind? I thought maybe he had smashed everything up in the anger because he lost the Grand Prix. And then felt tired after his rampage and he decided to take a nap. Anyways, that's what I thought. I see. So, you didn't think he was dead at all? You thought he fainted. I thought he was asleep at the first. But then the room was in such a messy state, I thought simply he had gotten into a fight with someone. And that's when you went to pour the glass of juice. Yes, he always had a hard time waking up. So Sean always has a glass of tomato juice to drink. I see. And after that, what happened next? And how did you come to realize that he was, in fact, dead? I shook him over and over, but I never got a response. So I set the glass down on the dresser and tried to take his pulse. I was shocked and staggered backwards. And knocked the flower vase over. What happened? So that's what happened. Yes. This is what it all comes down to. Huh? This is what the absolute end for both sides. And Adrian is letting her guard down. Phoenix, now is our best chance yet to kill the prosecution's case. That a bit harsh. Miss Andrews, will you tell us the truth this time? What point did she... was it in this? Well, I'll check. Slumped over... Yeah, this part. I'm sitting like that and was... Oops. Not that yet. I was like... At one point she said that she tried to shake him. Well, I'll check what part it was. Okay, it wasn't that part. Oh, wait. I feel like I'm supposed to use the knife here because... Itsy. I just need to find the right spot where to use it. It's not that... It's not this one. No. Or is it the last one? Do I have it in here?
Oh, come on! It has to be the knife.
Or do I have to show the photo of the crime scene?
Frick.
Is it not the knife then? Yeah, I guess it's not the knife. What the heck? Maybe it's the photo then. Item message state. Maybe I need to use the photo. Aha! Okay. Wasn't the knife, it was the photo. I honestly didn't think he was dead when you found him. No, not at all. Even though this is what you saw when you discovered the body. What is the meaning of this? Isn't it obvious, Your Honor? There's a knife sticking straight out of Corridor's chest. Anyone who saw this scene would have immediately thought that here was a dead man. Well, you see... I thought single person in the world would mistake this for someone who fainted. Maybe a child, but... yeah, not a grown-up. And then, nonchalantly go pour something to drink. Your point is... Miss Andrews, your testimony just now, it was all one giant lie. And your lie has proven one thing very clearly. That you are the real killer. No! I still don't believe it, but... man... it looks like the defense has somehow brought the ugly truth to light. The defendant, Mr. Matt Engarde, is not guilty after all. But it's impossible. You're wrong. Miss Andrews, try to have some composure. It wasn't me. It wasn't me, I tell you. It was Matt, I swear it. He's the one who killed Joan. But you were the one who refused to testify. And your reason for not doing so was that you might end up incriminating yourself. But that's because... Miss Andrews, I will give you one last chance. What exactly are you hiding that may incriminate you? I refuse to testify. Wow, when someone's so ashamed of their own past, in her case, the fact that she tried suicide, and the whole thing with her mentor and everything, that whole mess. But she just doesn't understand that in this moment, it would actually, like, possibly even help her, but And there is no need for this court to continue any further. Mr. Matt Engarde's innocence has been clearly demonstrated. Is it over? Have we found the truth at last? And it's not the truth, but right now we kinda have to do this. What's wrong, Phoenix? Usually the real killer confesses his or her guilt. And now that I think about it, this is the first time someone hasn't. Yeah, because she didn't do it. Or she did something, but I don't think she's the killer, but that's the thing, we only have one day to prove this, so This is kind of the only way it's going forward right now, but I don't know. Oh, then I would like to hand down my verdict for Mr. Madden Garden.
Objection!
And there comes Etcheworth. I knew he wasn't gonna let this slide. Your Honor, the prosecution feels that it would be premature to pass down a verdict at this time. What? The reason is quite simple. This witness has yet to speak the absolute real truth. Absolute real truth? What are you... Witness? Don't you understand yet? Huh? I don't know who planted this silly idea in your head, but as long as you protect yourself through your silence, Madden Garda will go free, and in his place, you will become the guilty party. That's a lie. I don't believe you. What? I was told if I spoke, then it would be all over and Matt would never be declared guilty. What in the world is he talking about? Has she lost it? I can't speak about it. I'm too scared. It's Franziska von Karma. Huh? Don't you remember, Phoenix? Miss Andrews lives by gripping tightly on the words of another. Because she doesn't have a strength to believe in herself. Then right now, Miss Andrews is... Yesterday, she was tossed a lifesaver by Miss von Karma. Don't say a word no matter what happens. If you do, Matt and Garda will be acquitted. Miss Andrews undyingly believes in those words right now and is clinging on to them. Then what should we do? This is the first time I've ever come across anything like this. But Miss Andrews has to be the killer, right? All we have to do now is to get or not guilty. That is my only priority. It wasn't me. I'm begging you. Please believe me. I didn't kill Juan. Help. Please, someone help me. And I feel bad. Mr. Wright? Yes, Your Honor? The court can't continue like this. Furthermore, I'd like to hear what you intend to do. What I intend to do? What am I supposed to do? What am I supposed to say? Right? I suggest you think very carefully about this. Think about what this witness did and what she did not do. And think about who is the real mastermind behind this crime. Well, that's the thing. We kinda have an idea about it, but at the same time we don't. Who's the real mastermind isn't that obvious. There's no one else who could have expected the woman crying over there, right? No, it's not. Come now, what will you do? What kind of man are you, Mr. Phoenix Wright? I have to be completely acquitted today. There's no way around that. But I can't bring myself to do it like this. Not when she's making a face like that. Miss Andrews, I would like to know what you are really hiding. Mr. Wright, are you sure you know what you're doing? Sure, Mr. Engarde would get an acquittal, but in his place, you would be found guilty. Is this how you really want this trial to end? Be quiet. How dare you? You're trying to trick me. That is enough. I commend you for trying, Mr. Etcheworth. However, it's clear that the defense theory is the truth. You're wrong. What a shame. I'd hoped things wouldn't come to this, however. But what is it, Mr. Etcheworth? Miss Andrews, since you absolutely refuse to testify, it falls onto my shoulder to disclose this to the court. Stop. Mr. Etcheworth. Music's kicking up, guys! This witness, how should I put this? She has an illness.
Illness?
Huh?
What?
And because of this illness, she has tried to commit suicide in the past.
Huh? Does that count as an ill? No. Stop, please stop.
No matter how much you want to hide it, it's no use. I have the evidence right here. That's the second part of the suicide report. The attempted suicide report. What will you do now, witness? You know what I'm about to do, don't you? I will now reveal to the court the true nature of the pitiful woman known as Adrian Andrews. This is bullying. I don't like this. The secrets of her dependent nature. Having other people known about it, it scares her more than anything else in the world. Please stop, I beg you. If people find out, I'll... If you're going to say you would choose death, that is no concern to me. Edgeworth? How can you be so cold? However, before you die, I will put the truth from your still breathing lips. No matter what I have to do. So, will you tell the court yourself or shall I? Either is fine with me. I'll talk. Please help me. I am not okay with this, what we are doing right now. Nothing matters anymore. When I first saw him, I really thought he had fainted. Honest. When I realized he was dead, that was when I formulated my plan. Once I made sure there was no one in the hallway, I made a dash back to Matt's room. And then I stabbed Xuan's dead body with the knife and ripped off the button. Just when I finished and was returning to Matt's room, I had a bit of an inconvenience. And that's why I ended up using the Nickel Samurai's costume. Yikes. Stab the body with a knife? But why would you do that? Isn't it obvious? To spin the blame on a certain person. A certain cowardly man. What do you mean by all of this? It might take this court a little while to understand, but this is the truth. The real killer is Matt. That scumbag of a man. I'll never forgive him. He's trying to escape his guilt again, just like last time. Last time? Oh, Miss Andrews stabbed the victim, Joan Corrida, in the chest with a knife. However, she didn't do it with murder in mind. She did it with the intent of framing Matt and Garda for the murder. And this is her crime. What? How is this possible? I mean, wasn't Miss Andrews supposed to be the real murderer? Mr. Wright, please get over your shock and commence the cross-examination.
Aye.
Well, this is kind of bad, really bad for us.
Ay, ay.
What you could tell from the state of the room was in that there must have been a fight. Are you telling the truth when you say that you did not know he was dead? He had a scarf tied around his neck. That scarf is part of the Jammy Ninja's costume, so I didn't think anything about it. It was strange. His head was also tilted down a bit, so I couldn't see his face that well. That's why I thought I'd wake him up and went to pour the juice. Was it this plan you had? I knew right away the murderer was Matt. I knew because Juan, he was going to expose Matt's weakest weak point to the world. So Matt did this to stop Juan and silence him for good. That's when I thought I should forge some evidence and pin the crime on Matt. So the forged pieces of evidence were the knife and the button.
The first thing that came to mind was to plant the knife.
That was so you could get the knife, correct?
The knife Matt used at dinner has fingerprints all over it. I thought if I could use that, then the police would certainly turn their eyes towards him. Matt was napping with his costume on at the time. I slipped in, took the knife, and returned to the scene of the crime.
So you were the one who stabbed the victim with the knife.
It gives me goosebumps to think about it now, that horrible thing I did. But at the time, I couldn't control my own body. It moved on its own. Then when I stabbed Juan's dead body, I suddenly realized something. If I used the button somehow, I could make Matt look even more suspect.
So you thought to rip off the button off and then plant it on Mr. Engarda's hakama.
Yes, that's what I had planned to do. But things never go that smoothly, do they?
An inconvenience.
There was a woman with a camera at the ready, loitering in the hallway.
I'm willing to bet my spike it was Lotta.
There was also a woman with a ray gun at the ready, pacing back and forth.
That's Miss Holdback for you.
Had already been caught and made into a big scoop for a certain weekly tabloid once. So I couldn't very well go out looking like myself and get caught again.
And that's why the costume came to play. You were the one who prepared the costume, weren't you?
Yes, I took it from the Global Studios. I also put in the Juan's guitar case the day before the award ceremony.
You did this to preparation for the press conference, correct?
Yes, Juan wanted to wear the costume to hold the press conference in it. He was going to disclose Matt's big secrets there.
And what is this secret?
I don't know. Anyway, I thought that if I were to leave Juan's room in the Nickel Samurai's costume, then people would think that Matt was the real murderer. I was very careful not to leave any fingerprints when I opened the guitar case. I absolutely did not want anyone to know about the costume.
I think we've heard enough. So after that, you went back to Mr. Engarda's room and planted the button.
Into Matt's hakama? Yes. After that, I folded up the costume I was wearing and put it into a bag. When I snuck it out of the hotel, I got rid of it.
My words. What does all this mean?
Mr. Edgeworth, is it? The real criminal is Matt Engarda.
Yesterday, that woman prosecutor sat me down for a talk. Francisca, huh? She said that I should, under no circumstances, confess to what I had done. But if I just kept quiet, then Matt would be found guilty for sure. I had no choice but to believe in her words. What this witness has done is clearly unlawful. However, as long as her testimony stands, we can be certain she is not the real killer. Wait, Your Honor. The defense will... Right? It's pointless. At this point in time, it is not possible to indict Miss Andrews on anything. Yes, exactly. There isn't a single piece of evidence that points to her as a murderer. The cross-examination of this witness is over, and so is today's trial. We couldn't establish that the witness was the culprit. Please let it go, Mr. Wright. But... Mr. Edgeworth, please place Miss Andrews under arrest for further questioning. Understood, Your Honor. The prosecution will arrange for her detention immediately. That is all. The court is adjourned for today. You're in deep shite. Today's trial is over. And I didn't win an acquittal. Witness, would you mind if I asked you something? Edgeworth? What is it? Before you leave the court today, I wonder if I might look at one thing. The card in your hand. It's had my interest for quite some time now. What exactly is it? Oh, this? Mr. Wright also asked about this. Although I didn't remember at the time you asked me about it, Mr. Wright. I remember just now. I found this in the room on the room that day. The room? That day? Yes. The killing. Oh, the trade card. So the real killer is the killer. So... Oh. Shit. I think our client... Since, Adrian is so dead on that it's Matt who killed. I don't think Matt killed anyone, but he could have hired a killer. And the killer isn't a professional assassin. So it could very well be that our client, Arangarde, hired the killer to kill Juan. And then made sure that the whole murder couldn't be pinned on him by forcing the guy, or paying the killer basically to kidnap Maya so that we would defend him, or like make sure that there would be a lawyer that would without a doubt try their best to win the trial. Huh. I found this card when I discovered Juan's body. It was lying there right next to him. You found that card next to the victim's body? I suppose I must have unconsciously slipped it into my pocket. But it's not as if this card has any relevance to Juan's murder, right? I guess not, but it's still a strange card if you ask me. Could Mia please put in on here? Please? Didn't Mia see this card through Maya or something like that? But as far as the clues is this case, I don't see why... Ah, never mind. Etcheworth notices it. Okay. Witness that card. Give it to me. Hurry. Etcheworth? Do you have any idea what you have stupidly yet inadvertently done? This. I can't believe you hid this from me all this time. I didn't mean to. What is this all about? I've never seen Edgeworth so emotional before. That card. What in the world is it? And what does it mean? To be continued. Part 3/1 Investigations. Let's go a little bit further because I wanna know what the killer is gonna do now that he technically didn't clear the case. But we are gonna finish if we get our answer. March 22nd, 5:24 p.m. Wright and CEO Law Offices. Mystic Maya! Mystic Maya! There, Pearls. I can't take it anymore. Look, it'll be alright. Everything may still work out. The condition was that we had yet a not guilty verdict. And so far, the kidnapper has kept his word and hasn't hurt Maya. And he won't because Mr. Engarde hasn't been given guilty sentence yet. Cheer up, we don't have time to stand around crying. We have to get going. You're right. Stick Maya is in much more pain than I am. Yes, that's right, so... Oh, hey, hey. Hey, you guys, glad I caught up with you, pal. Mr. Scruffy Detective. Oh boy, looks like Detective Gumshoe. Has been dubbed Mr. Scruffy Detective in Pearl's books now. It's just plain old Mr. Dick Gumshoe now, and I came to talk to you, pal. But we're kinda busy right now. Alright, what's up? What are you going to do from now on? Oh, what do you mean, pal? Well, we've been fired, right? So, do you have a new job lined up yet? Oh, that, what am I supposed to do now, pal? I don't have anything coming in at all until my next payday. What are you talking about? You don't have another payday. I guess that means I'm just gonna have to work here at your place, pal. Say what? We'll be searching for things that will prove Mr. Engarde's innocence all day, right? Well, yeah. So yeah, I'm going to help you, pal. Okay, I'll accept any help at this point. Given the scraps. I've got lots of experience in investigation and watching over people's faces. I'm great at making really simple meals, pal. I'll take care of it all. Come on, Mr. Nick. Let's let Mr. Scruffy Detective take care of things. Okay. By the way, what's your best dish? Instant noodles, pal. That's your best? Okay. Well, at the very least, it makes... he can boil water. Okay. Why am I surrounded by people who only eat cheap, unhealthy foods? Well, that was the first time I've ever seen Mr. Archibald act like that. Never thought he'd say something like he didn't care if Mr. Andrews killed herself.
He said that? That's horrible.
But because of him doing that, we got the truth finally.
The truth?
It's Andrew's last testimony. I wonder if that was the truth. I'll give you that. There was nothing strange in her testimony itself. But I still think there is something fundamentally wrong with that whole thing. You mean about that thing, pal? Why would she want to... No, I mean, almost need to frame Mr. Engarden. I couldn't figure that out from anything she said at all that day. And then you're saying that testimony was a lie? Not a lie, per se. It just feels like there's something here that meets the eye. More than meets the eye. Or that what Edgewort would like us to believe.
That's such a dirty trick. Even the woman prosecutor was better than that.
Franziska von Karma. Speaking of Miss von Karma, do you have any information on her condition? Wasn't she shot this morning? Miss von Karma was shot today on the way to the trial by the pistol, pal. But she's going to be fine, right? I mean, Edgeworth said she was in stable condition, but... Oh, she was shot in the shoulder, so she's okay and still hanging in there. It should be done taking the bullet out, and she's probably resting at the hospital.
Which one?
What? Are you going to visit her, pal? No, well, I was kind of thinking about it. I mean, it's probably our fault that she got shot in the first place. So there might be, at the very least, I feel a bit guilty about it. So, it'd be nice to know that she's at the very least gonna survive and all that. Because, it most likely was done by the killer kidnapper. You're actually got a heart, don't you? It looked like she was being tortured to death not being able to go to the trial today. Well, maybe it'd be good for her if you went and let her whip you for a bit, pal.
Let's go. Let her whip us, Mr. Nick.
There is so many things wrong with that sentence, but, Pearly, no. No, I'm definitely not going. Let's see, the name of the hospital. Oh yeah, the Hottie Clinic. Oh no. Not the freaking Hottie Clinic. Man, I hope we do not see that creepy ass patient there. You know, that guy who pretended to be the director. Please. I really fucking beg this game. Please do not let us meet that guy again, okay? Oh. That name sends chill down my spine. Yeah, you and me both, Phoenix. You and me both. Gah. I bet that creep would even like to get whipped. I bet he would. Now I'm really wishing he doesn't. Oh god. Nope. Get out of my system. Well, I guess I can't hurt to stop by and say hi. Okay, we have the Disney Center, Hotel Lobby, Criminal Affairs, Hottie Clinic. Okay, okay. I guess we're gonna have to leave it here.